Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Oh, I'm ready today.
Nice.
Got it all down. Crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. What is this stuff that is going on outside? It's a little different than it was yesterday. My car said 108 when I left here.
Yeah, you leave at the worst time, I guess,
That's
right in the
disgusting.
heat of the afternoon.
It was. I told you guys when I left, hey, have a good show. I'm going to go to the pool. Well, the pool did not happen.
No.
'Cause I got home. I was like, wait, I did radio for 8 hours. I'm tired and it's really hot.
Says it's 94 right now. I bet it's cooled down a couple of degrees
yeah.
with the rain, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
Mm-hmm.
Good thing I didn't wash my car yesterday like I almost did, because that's always good for that to happen. But yeah, hey, fall's here. All right, pumpkin spice and all that stuff.
They're doing Halloween stuff at all of the stores. I saw Halloween stuff at the beginning of this month at Hy-Vee.
I've
Well,
seen
it's the best
Christmas
holiday,
stuff.
so.
Christmas?
I've seen it. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
I feel like we should cancel that store.
Yeah.
Unless they're a fine sponsor of this radio station,
Yes.
which we just won't mention who they are out loud.
Yeah. Because, if it's sponsored, anything is good.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was surprised they let me have the Happer show here the past couple of days. But I did learn it's because, well, we tried to get a sponsor for 4 hours of dead air, couldn't get anyone to bite, so you can host. So
well,
there
how
you
about
go.
this? Chris in Montana texting Jimmy.
Hi, Chris.
Good
Montana's
job, Jimmy.
beautiful.
You guys are doing a very nice job filling in this morning. Now, that was from 3 hours ago, so maybe his opinion changed after that. That's a nice message.
That is nice.
I also love this. So when I get to the office is when I open up the text machine to see what folks are sending at 402-951-1620. I like this one from Eric. He said, Matt Verzal and Amy Just should pool their resources to get one clear phone connection. I'm willing to Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, etc. to help. So there you go. Eric's willing to help. I missed those interviews this morning. Bad phone lines?
Verse was Verse. Then, yeah, Amy, we needed to, with her, and I thought, get her to text and then maybe get a narration. See, and I was thinking, well, we could ask Kevin Harlan to come on and narrate, and he could narrate her text and LMFAO.
So it wasn't
Gary.
very good.
But we have remedied that. Well, we didn't do anything. This is all Nick Hanley. He has remedied the situation, because on Monday, now this is all set up for this to not work out, so it makes us look bad, but no one will remember. It's Friday. That's still a couple days away. She's going to hop on the StreamYard.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
That's nice. We have had all of our regulars. It took until at some point, I believe this year, maybe late last year, Steve Sipple was the last of the regulars to join us on StreamYard. Now, because the majority, like Kent joins us every week on StreamYard, and he'll join us again today, which now I'm just remember to email Kent. So he'll join us. But yeah, throughout COVID, obviously, we were using StreamYard with all of our guests at various points.
Oh, well, if that's the case. I like that. So yeah, because
that'll help with the phone line, because you won't have to use a phone line.
Right.
Hopefully her internet connection is good.
Yeah, the internet, I'm pretty sure it's good. And we couldn't figure out what it is with the phone. And Nick asked if she has an iPhone. I was like, yes, I know for a fact she has an iPhone.
Because you get the blue text.
Yeah, I get the blue text. Yes, exactly. And so Gary was excited about it, because it's like, well, it's the only show she's on our station. And then he said it's because of me. I was like, well, no, it's because you asked if I knew her, and then then you text. But okay, sure, I'll take the credit for why she's on, because she and I go back. I've known her since pretty much her first day at KU.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, so
so
awesome. So 10 years. So certainly there's got to be some sort of pin or a T-shirt or something, or
what are they? I've known Jimmy shirt.
Yeah. So we can ask her that, because she should be honored that we've known each other that long. So, and you're basically as a kid, and now she's a grown up and finds out that being a grown up is overrated. But yes, she will be on StreamYard on Monday.
Okay, good. Game week.
Yeah, that's
Are you
called
excited
the
for your
tease.
first game week covering Nebraska.
I feel it. It feels different. By the way, happy Depth Chart Day.
Yes, I did see that earlier.
Sunday is Black Shirt Day. Oh, I cannot wait. Monday, the overreaction, not to be confused with Big Red overreaction.
Yeah. You excited though?
I am.
Yeah,
I am.
It'll be a good time.
Yeah. And I think it's going to be a little bit better, because we got here a year ago. And in fact, this is how I know when I started at the Zone. 2 days before my first day was the Aer Lingus Classic.
Yeah.
And followed by, wait, did they just kick an onside kick, or have I had too much to drink?
Yeah.
No.
You got thrown into the fire right away because you had a coach firing, just like Amy did. Amy comes back, covers Nebraska school, the program she grew up rooting for, and then she has to do a coaching search process within a few weeks on the job,
Yeah,
or a
welcome
couple months
home.
on the job. Yeah.
You cover Kansas football, and it's really not much has changed when you come.
This will be interesting because we have seen now around here, they have opened with cupcake opponents. They have opened with a game against BYU where they lost on a Hail Mary.
Mhm.
Lately, they've been opening against Power 5 opponents. They have not, though, opened since I have been here on a Thursday night. This is their first Thursday night season opener since 1995.
Okay.
So it has been
yes, I remember that.
Oklahoma State. It's been 28 years since they've done
I was
that.
born.
Before Nick was born. And so we've never had
He and I play that game.
Yeah. We've never had one of those weeks to lead up to a game and then get to talk about the game immediately the following day. So I was thinking about it this morning after the Matt Rule press conference, just kind of reminding myself, that's right. Next week isn't going to be 5 shows leading up to the game. It will be 4 shows, and then we're going to get to react to it.
Yeah.
And then the following week will almost be turning the page. But this is going to be really nice because, and you dealt with this last year. Having Labor Day off, and I'm not trying to tell our bosses I don't want to work on Labor Day, or I do want to work on Labor Day. It just makes that next week so compressed because you're wanting to look back, but the game's so far in the rear view, but you're also wanting to look forward because it's usually a bigger game in week 2. So this will be nice. We'll get to recap it. And then by the time we return on Tuesday, it's basically Colorado week.
Yeah, it's perfect. And Friday. So essentially, if you do the math, you're going to get 14 hours of Big Red overreaction
on that Friday.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
So if it ends up a 20-10 game one way or the other, both teams play pretty well. Maybe not as much as might would have happened this year, but you just bring up something because I don't know when you and I get to do this again. So I don't care. I'm going to be that guy.
Okay.
I'm going there. The last time Nebraska opened up on a Thursday was in 1995 against Oklahoma State. Who won the Super Bowl that year?
Oh, it was the Dallas Cowboys, Nick.
Who? So you heard it here first. This year, Super Bowl number, what are we up to now? 58? Super Bowl 58. 30 years after the second victory over the Buffalo Bills, the Super Bowl champions, your Dallas Cowboys.
Man, I like doing shows with Jimmy.
America's
team, Nick. You don't have to be a John.
The cow pies.
I did get you going to do the thing that a lot of sexist men do?
No,
Nick?
because
you
I'm
gonna
not
say
a sexist
say it.
man.
You want to say it? I know you do.
I don't want to say it.
Cowgirls.
Wow, I can't believe you'd say that.
No,
Josh.
I'm
That's
talking
messed
about the
up.
monsters in the audience who would say such a thing.
Well, I'm a
Monster.
Gen Z. I don't do that.
I got
I'm gonna cancel you.
I got a message from Mr. John Bishop last night, and he said, "Stop talking about the Dallas Cowboys with Jimmy next time. Thank you." So I was like, "Yeah, well, we're gonna talk about him even more."
I can make John happy. I've told him before. My dad was at Roger Staubach's final game when they lost to Vince Ferragamo at Texas Stadium.
There you go.
A 50-yard touchdown to Billy Waddy with 2 minutes to go, and he tells the story. My dad that. All right, no big deal. We only need a field goal. Got Roger Staubach. He did it a couple weeks ago against Washington. They come back from 13 down with 2 minutes to go to win the NFC East. And then they promptly go 4 and out. And his final pass completion was to one of his linemen, which was illegal because they got batted up in the air. And so it ended up with just floundered out. And that was it. The season was over. They were upset. The Rams went to the Super Bowl, lost to the Steelers. They thought they're going to get a rematch. And so then I asked, well, what was that like on the one of those party buses that all the kids seem to like these days? And so they had a bus home, and he goes, a couple of expletives, but he said it's very quiet on the way home. 5-6 hours back to San Antonio, and not what they were expecting.
That sounds terrible.
And so then about 20 years later, it was the last time I went to a playoff game, and there weren't many since. I've told you this story. We went to the Cardinals playoff game in 1998. Everybody is just going up there the whole time. This is going to be a party, playing the Cardinals. The Cardinals suck. They dominate them all the time, swept them in the regular season. It was 20-0 until there's about 5 minutes left in the game, and it wasn't that close. They get a meaningless touchdown. Aeneas Williams shuts down Michael Irvin. This is the last home playoff game of that Big Three era because
the triplets
it fell apart just terribly. Yes, the triplets.
The very next year, right? That's when
the next year they had a playoff game at the Metrodome and lost to the great Jeff George and the Vikings.
I remember that game.
And then the next year,
people 2 first names.
Yeah. Well, and Michael Irvin didn't play in that 99 playoff game because he had his career ended in October at the Vet, which in some ways it's fitting that the career would end at the Vet. Many careers have ended at the Vet.
Yes.
Knees, legs.
Yeah.
Shout out Wendell Davis. Yeah. Yeah.
concussion.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Because
Oh,
they
yeah.
always said, what did they say about it? It was carpet,
It was concrete.
Yeah, it was
Aikman said
concrete,
it
and
was
then with a little
concrete.
carpet on top. Essentially, is
Oh.
how the turf. It
And-
was the old school turf, and that they played baseball there too. It was in the
Divots and
it was in the old era of stadiums because the Veteran Stadium. It was the same time as Three Rivers in Pittsburgh, and then
cookie cutters.
yeah, what was the other one? There was one in Cincinnati, I believe.
Riverfront.
Yeah, and they
Yeah.
all looked the same, and that's why Arrowhead, which came from the same era, looks so unique because it was different. It didn't look like crap.
Yeah.
It
All
didn't look
right.
like those stadiums.
Yeah.
So.
And then on top of that, you'd hurt yourself on the turf at the vet, and they throw batteries at you.
Yeah, typical.
That sounds horrible.
They're Eagles fans, Nick.
Yeah.
What do you expect? They're
It's
Eagles
like- in
fans. They
Philly,
boo Santa Claus.
Go Birds.
It's like Columbia, Missouri. Boulder.
Kyle writes in, wow,
Hi, Kyle.
love the John replacement. Let's make it permanent. America's team Super Bowl champs.
It's a cult.
It's not a cult. It's
It's a
just a
cult.
fan base.
We're
Nick.
everywhere.
It's
Just
a cult.
we are everywhere. That's why. What is Dallas, Nick? America's team.
Scheme.
Because we are all over the place. We are all over the place.
Oh, and God help everyone if they ever win a Super Bowl.
yeah. People are like, man, Josh is annoying.
It'll be like,
you haven't seen
Oh,
nothing.
My mom's a Cowboys fan. I'm scared.
Oh, see, wouldn't that be great for your mom?
I'm just glad I didn't become a Cowboys fan.
Well, you weren't a football fan until like a year ago,
Well, you know, my dad liked the Chiefs. My mom liked the Cowboys. I could have gone either way.
and then said you're a Dolphins fan.
Fins up.
Wow, that was. I mean, look, Dallas has not had a whole lot of good years
Their coach has the
recently, but I'm happy that I'm not a Dolphins
Oh,
fan.
but Mike McDaniel's funny.
he gets
Cool.
good tickets to the Heat game. So yeah,
There you go.
Just smoking his jewel on the sideline,
smoking something.
relating to his players.
Oh, I forgot about that last
Oh,
year
yeah.
when he was smoking on the sidelines.
He's funny when they're like, "Oh, he's got an arm." He's like, "Yeah, he's got two of them."
Oh, is he funny when he's like, yeah, he has a concussion and his brain is scrambled? Is that funny to you, Nick?
No,
Oh, okay. It seems like it is.
I'm hoping.
I keep walking by your office and you're laughing, and I always think that you're laughing about Tua.
just got a text from my wife. I think it's for you, Josh.
Oh.
It said, leave my Nick alone. Quit picking on him.
Oh, that's cute.
Oh,
I didn't know I was adopted by your wife.
apparently she has.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So
Okay.
all right.
Your wife must not listen to our show very often because this is just general operating procedure with one Mr. Nick Grimm. It's just how we roll.
People don't like me.
Whoa, I didn't
What?
say
Whoa,
that.
I-
Jeez.
I
Oh,
think people like you.
okay. People like me.
I don't know about that.
Well, okay. Pick a lane.
People, you exist.
I'm a
People-
person that exists.
we acknowledge your existence as a human being.
That's the nicest
have-
thing anyone's ever said to me.
You have a right to exist.
Thank you.
You have a right to exist.
Thank
So,
you.
Yeah, indeed.
You're
I
gonna
got
bring
you.
me to tears.
Yeah, I got your back, Nick.
I
got you.
appreciate it.
I
I
got your
picture
back.
Matt Rule saying, "Oh, what do you think about your defense?" Oh, they're there.
Mhm, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
They exist.
we hope that we don't hear that.
Yeah.
We hope that we're not going to hear that.
It's like, whoa! Well, I thought you were Mr. Positive. Now it's like,
yeah.
yeah, you know,
Yeah, if he's
they
if
play
he,
here.
if he hops on the mic at some point next Thursday and says the defense existed today, I don't know how many points that would mean for Minnesota, but probably 40 at
Yeah.
least.
They're one of the defenses of all time.
There you go. Kelsey says, "I like you, Nick."
Oh, thank you, Kelsey.
Wow, there you go.
I like your baking.
There
You're
you
a very
go.
good baker.
Oh, but not her as a person. Wow,
Oh.
jeez, Nick.
That's implied. How can you not like Kelsey as a person?
Because you didn't say that. You just said, "I like your baking."
I shouldn't have to say it because she's just such
Kelsey,
a good person.
I like you, and I do not let your baking define you.
Wow.
Nick defines you by the kitchen. Apparently, I define you by who you are as a human being, and that's one with good takes, who's very nice, who listens to
Wow.
us often,
You go from
and also sometimes makes things for us.
Like what, Josh?
I don't know.
Wow.
Cookies.
You don't even remember.
Cookies, scotcheroos, and eventually a cake if Nebraska ever wins 9 games again.
Hmm.
That's
Ooh,
the dream.
I'm pulling for that. Then.
Yeah, yeah, I
There's
think-
one reason. to
I
pull
forgot
for
about
that.
the
I
9-win
think we
cake.
all are.
I do remember hearing about the cake.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it all makes sense now.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
How are you going to celebrate, Jimmy, the non-100-degree weather this weekend? How will you be celebrating?
Let's see. I believe we're going to Lincoln tomorrow.
Why?
And they're family going to hang out with some of my wife's cousins and,
Okay.
and kids, and we're going to watch some Week 0.
Hell yeah.
All about Ohio and San Diego State. Beverages will be consumed
Good.
because it should be.
Mhm.
That's usually what happens when I go to that town.
Of
But
course.
that's not saying much. I mean, I could be talking about Hastings.
I was
and
going to
San
say, yeah,
Diego.
it's just a town that exists.
It is town. Yeah,
Yeah.
the day that ends in Y.
Yeah. Why
And-
Ohio, San Diego State? A particular reason?
Well, I want to watch. I'm always interested to watch the Aztecs. You know, they're auditioning for conferences these days.
They
want,
are.
They want in.
It's
And
part of their resume.
Yeah.
Here's our resume.
And
We're
then-
playing a football game.
Ohio. Shout out Frank. I always still call them the Fighting Franks.
Mhm.
What is it say? He said we're watching the air show from afar.
Oh, the air show.
Oh.
Okay, yeah. All right,
And,
one of the dear friends of the program, Chris Whitney, he's been doing a lot of stuff with that this week.
because I have to be accurate here. Watch the air show from afar, dumbass.
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 I believe that would be me.
I like air shows. Air shows are cool. I saw that video of Fat Albert flying over the Memorial Stadium.
Mm.
You ever seen Fat Albert, Josh?
Fat Albert. No, I
Yeah.
don't really watch a whole lot of Bill Cosby stuff these days, Nick.
That's where my mind went.
Yeah.
No, it's part of the Blue Angels. It's this big old bomber.
Mm.
It's part of the Blue Angels.
Very cool.
I saw it
People
in
of a certain
Pensacola
age, I
Beach.
thought.
Some ice cream.
Yes,
Watch the planes fly.
ice cream and planes. There's not a better combination.
You know, the ballpark in Pensacola, I was talking about that earlier, for a little over $5,000. You can rent it with presumably buddies, unless someone has $5,000 as an Airbnb. Yeah.
The whole ballpark.
The whole ballpark. And you get,
Where do
I
you
think for an
stay?
upgrade, that's what I want to know. You get, they have like 10 cots in the locker room, and you get access to.
He said cot.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you'd probably have more. Anyway,
Want to sleep in a AAA team baseball?
yeah, double A
Locker room?
double A.
Double
But
A,
it,
my
but it
bad.
has a sweet water view. It's right there on the water. For an upgrade, because $5,000 isn't enough, you could have food service. So I'm guessing you get access to a concession stand and a merch deal. So if you want to get your Pensacola, I don't know if Blue Wahoos, I think is what they're called, or the Marlins affiliate. So
Yeah.
I don't know if I know enough people to ever go in on that, but maybe once upon a time when I was a lot more fun. But yeah, for $5,134, you can Airbnb the ballpark in Pensacola.
Thanks for $5,000. Here's a hot dog and a cot in a smelly locker room.
That's about right. This sounds like a
That
Royals
sounds
game.
horrible.
Yeah, it does sound pretty terrible.
I mean, if I'm going to that part of Florida, I'm not staying at a ballpark. I'm just going to keep driving east till I get to Destin, and then I'll
Well,
just.
Pensacola's nice.
Pensacola is nice, but I have emotional attachment to Destin, so
Jimmy out on the beach.
I like the beach.
I like the beach as well.
Brian texts in, Fat Albert is not a bomber. Fat Albert is a C-130 Hercules that is outfitted with rockets on the side of it. C-130s are cargo planes.
My bad. Thank you for correcting me. I was 7 when I saw him.
Man, Nick does not like getting corrected is something that I have learned.
Yeah,
I don't like getting
He states a fact and then he's wrong. He's like, "Oh, sorry that I got the fact wrong."
I don't like being wrong because it means that I was wrong, and I don't like that. I don't like being wrong and spreading misinformation. I'm annoyed at myself. It's not.
Well, you come off as
at the
annoyed at the
person.
person.
I don't know how to come off as annoyed at myself.
Just say I apologize and move on, I guess. I don't know.
I apologize.
There you go.
sorry for what I said when I was drinking.
It's a big plane.
There you
It's
go.
a big ass plane.
It's a big plane,
And it looks cool and it's great to watch with ice cream.
which is still better than the other Fat Albert, which you do not want to watch with any 7-year-old.
No, or any person
Wait,
in
that's Wander
general.
Franco. Sorry. Mixing up my bad things that you can do that get you in trouble.
Well, Jimmy, I hope that you enjoy the football.
I
hope that you enjoy the beverages.
It will be good.
And I hope that you enjoy the weekend. I mean, I know, look, football, we're all going to be watching football, but kind of the last one for a while.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, this is going to start, and then college basketball will be here in a couple of months, and then we'll have all of the Creighton coverage, and suddenly, next thing you know, you come up for air, and the College World Series is here.
Yeah.
So,
Which you
enjoy
don't come
it.
up for air until that's over.
yeah, exactly. So, this is, I would say, I always think about that with someone like John. John has various bigger overreactions. He'll roll right into Creighton basketball season. Then that will roll into college baseball season and then the College World Series. And then 2 months after that, football starts.
Yeah, he is busy.
He's a very busy guy.
Busy boy.
Yeah, we all are. Someone asked me that recently. Why are all you radio people so busy all the time? It's like, got to pay the bills.
Job.
You got to pay the bills.
Got to pay the
Go
bills.
get somebody else if I say no. This is how I'm here for 8 hours
Yeah.
today. It's like, do you want to do it? I'm not going to say no because then they'll never ask me again. And apparently, I still get to do it again because I have not been summoned into anyone's office to be like, yeah, we're done with you. We're done with that.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
You have
well,
a great weekend.
Hey, man, you too.
79 degrees tomorrow. Be a beautiful day.
Enjoy it.
Get out the hoodies.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be okay. I'm
Hoodie
not
weather.
gonna do that, but I am going to enjoy it. That was the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. Everlevelconcrete.com. When we return, the program begins. Jack Mitchell will be here. He apparently had to get off at a different exit because there was interstate traffic.
Oh.
So that's annoying, which must mean some horrible accident. So I hope everyone's okay out there. Jack will be here, probably during the commercial break. And we have a great Friday show. We will set all of that up when we return. Also, it's a One Beer Friday brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Today, we're enjoying 505 Brewing out of Fremont, Nebraska. We'll have some of their beer later on in the show. Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you, Josh.
Have a great weekend.
You too.
Program
And you
starts-
too, Nick. I'm not forgetting you either.
Thanks.
And Nick. Program starts next on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
The Netflix television show Quarterback is looking for quarterbacks. Sounds like Burrow's signed up for season 2.
How about Russell Wilson?
Hey, thanks for holding the door open for me at the facility every morning. Have you ever thought about changing everything about this door, man? You just got to wake up, get your boots on the ground, stay positive, and you will open a new door to life.
Be a horrible watch. I would hate watch that.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Hot and humid this afternoon, hitting a high around 95 degrees. We have a small chance of a shower or thunder shower as well this afternoon. The chance is going to be greater during the overnight hours. We'll wake up tomorrow morning with a temperature in the upper 60s and another small chance of showers throughout the day tomorrow, but mostly partly cloudy skies. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Rock your home's exterior with J-Tech Construction's heavy metal promotion. The official exterior experts of Nebraska Athletics is offering 10% off all metal products. Seamless siding, standing seam roofing, and top-notch gutter systems. Elevate style, protection, and durability with this limited time deal. Don't wait. Dial 402-261-3682 or visit their website, yourexteriorexperts.com, the official exterior experts of Nebraska Athletics. J-Tech Construction, 402-261-3682.
Happy birthday to us. That's right. We're turning 50 this year, and we're celebrating with you. Introducing my new birthday cake streusel, topped with vanilla cake and crunchy streusel, a swirl of white icing, and showered with rainbow sprinkles. Paired with our classic combo, the one that started it all, and your favorite one-topping pizza. Happy birthday feast. Enjoy one today. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
United Way of the Midlands is celebrating 100 years of helping others in the Omaha Council Bluffs Metro. Since 1923, United Way has been creating a circle of support to help our neighbors in need overcome challenges and build a brighter future. Through funded programs and direct services, United Way helps meet families' essential needs, such as healthy food, safe and stable housing, healthcare, and more. If you'd like more information on how to get involved and support United Way, go to unitedwaymidlands.org.
Welcome to OmahaWeekendDeals.com, where each weekend we've discounted deals to some of your favorite businesses. This week's deal is to Papa Reno's Pizza in Plattsmouth, 542 Main Street. Get $50 in gift certificates for only $25 to Papa Reno's. Family-owned pizzeria with lunch and dinner buffet, along with delivery and takeout options. Papa Reno's Pizza of Plattsmouth. Check them out on Facebook and head to OmahaWeekendDeals.com to get yours.
August 25th at McDonald's is Big Red Friday, when you'll score a limited edition Husker flag for $5 with proceeds benefiting your local Ronald McDonald House. And what exactly should a Husker fan like you do with a limited edition Husker flag? Attach it to your cornhead hat and wave your head around. Drape it over the giant M structure you installed in your yard. Place it in the hand of the Herbie Husker statue on your roof, or fly it from the van you just converted into a corn cob party bus. Oh, the decisions. Husker flags, Friday, August 25th at participating McDonald's while supplies last.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Coming up on the the program today, we finish up 25 teams in 25 grums. Kent Walgamont stops by to talk about the jerk. We preview week 0, and it's a One Beer Friday.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome, everybody, on this Friday. Josh Peterson, Nick Grimm with you for now. Jack Mitchell will join us. Allegedly. Any second. I keep looking out the door. I don't know if I will see him. I don't feel like I'm going to see him drive across this parking lot. I feel like he'll come in on that side.
You're looking out the window like you just bought a package.
Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. Yeah, right. Like it's Christmas season and you ordered something for, a family member and you just keep looking out. Yeah, I don't know why I'm looking out this one. I should probably be looking out there. But yeah, Jack Mitchell will join us in just a moment. And we will preview week 0 with him. We will do all sorts of stuff on this One Beer Friday, brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Today, we will be enjoying tasty brews from 505 Brewing out of Fremont. And so we're looking forward to having that.
Wow, and John's not here to enjoy Fremont beer.
How wild is that? John's not here for Fremont beer, so he's still in Colorado, probably hiking, having a great time, wearing sunscreen.
Talk about a jerk.
Yeah. Oh, and we'll also be talking about the jerk. By the way, Nick, I just found out this is the last appearance for Kent for a couple of weeks. He's taking next week off.
Oh.
He's finally getting away. So good for Kent to finally get out of town. Yeah. So he'll be off for the next couple of weeks, but he will be here today to talk about The Jerk, which I believe came out in 1979. Is that what I saw? It's an old movie. I knew very little about this before I started watching it last night. I imagine we'll have some takes about this movie. I'm guessing Jack didn't watch it. I told him, I was like, hey, we're doing The Jerk. And he goes, oh, cool. I saw that movie 20 years ago. It's like, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. You're supposed to rewatch the movie if you've never seen it before. So I look forward to him saying, oh, I forgot about that part. Oh, I forgot about that part. Oh, I forgot about that part. Because he just doesn't remember anything because it's been 20 years since he saw the movie.
This goes to show how well I know Jack. I figured it would have been like not a top movie for him, but one he's seen more recently than 20 years ago.
Yeah, I think that's what he said. I'd have to go back through the text messages to find out. That's a topic, though, that we can get into with Jack Mitchell, and that will be coming up, as always, at 3:45. Also, we finish up 25 teams in 25 grums today with Florida State. Jeff Colhane, who used to be a part of the Husker Sports Network crew, he'll join us at 4:30. We'll talk about the Florida State Seminoles, a dark horse team, maybe they're getting picked to make the playoff by a lot of folks. So they're not a dark horse playoff contender, but are they a dark horse national championship contender? They open up with the biggest game of week 1, and that is a Sunday night game when they go up against LSU.
A rematch of last year.
Rematch of a horrible game last year that Florida State did win before LSU eventually won the SEC West. So we'll talk about that game and a whole lot more. It's taking place in Orlando in 9 days. So we'll talk about that. And then maybe Mitch Holtis. We have no idea if Mitch is joining us.
He hasn't
today.
emailed me. He normally does.
Yeah.
I haven't heard from him.
Yeah, so we don't know if Mitch Holtis is joining us. So Mitch Holtis might join us later on in the show. If not, well, then the Chiefs training camp reports are done, folks. So indeed, we'll find out if Mitch Holtis is going to join us later on. He is scheduled to join us at 3:15, and then plenty of room for you at 402-951-1620. A variety of topics to get to. Matt Rule spoke today to the media for his Monday press conference on a Friday. There was a few things that came out of that I think were of note, so we'll talk about that. Plus, a listener yesterday, after Jimmy and I did the whole, hey, would you rather beat Colorado or beat Minnesota if it means a loss to the other team? Then a listener emailed in with just a horrible, dark scenario that I figured would be very fun to talk about with Jack.
It just crushed Jack's soul.
See, you know me very well, Nick. Also, what most interests us about week 0, because the season starts in not even 24 hours, so that'll be great. And a whole lot more happy hour, unsportsmanlike content,
flags.
And I was going to say, we are giving away prizes. Nick, tell the folks about what we're doing today.
We have some Husker flags from the Ronald McDonald House. You and I had got some the other day.
We did, yes.
And how we're going to do this, there's a sounder, friend of the program, Trevor, made a song called Husker Struck for the upcoming season to the tune of AC/DC's Thunderstruck. So whenever you hear the sounder, be caller 5.
Okay.
Be caller 5 when you hear this. Not now, but
we're going to play this one time.
We'll play this one time. This is what you're listening for.
Husker Struck!
Okay, so be caller number 5.
Be caller
Okay.
5 when you hear that.
And you'll get a new flag.
You'll get a new flag.
Awesome. Yeah, they're very cool flags. So you'll get one of those flags. So you can give us a call at 402-951-1620, which is the 42 Degrees of Source by your mom's house hotline. You can also email us, Equitable Bank Inbox, Josh at 1620thezone.com, or find us on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. Jack Mitchell is in the house. Hello, Jack.
Hi, Jack.
What was that?
Hello, sorry I'm late.
Oh, it's okay. So tell you I know you're going to want to rip on Omaha traffic, so feel free.
No,
just get it out of the way. Get out of the way so we can move on as quickly as possible.
I've just had it sold to me so many times as such, just like hot knife through butter.
Wait, so you're
Here,
getting
just
critical of a traffic accident?
Just compared to Lincoln.
Hopefully someone didn't lose their life.
I'm so
Yeah,
excited
Jack.
to arrive in this utopia of traffic.
Yeah.
Just this perfect traffic city where you just think about where you want to be and you end up there in seconds. And
where people come up to you with tears in their eyes saying, "Oh my gosh, the traffic here is so great.
It's so great.
Not as bad as 27th Street in Lincoln."
I don't know. I just have the worst luck.
Maybe that's what it is.
I just miss out on that every.
You know, like Bishop always
every
complains about going to Popeyes and how, like, oh, I have horrible service. Maybe it's a John thing. Maybe everyone knows that you're coming to Omaha.
That's probably it.
I mean,
and
I
they
have
decide
waited 45
to
minutes for a second.
have a
Okay, settle
crash
down.
on the interstate and then
Mm.
do all kinds of construction on West Center and then have four.
Whoa. You took center?
I had no option. I had to get off I-80.
okay.
So I got on 680 and then I had to get going to the north
Oh,
as
you
soon
should
as
have
I
taken
could.
480 to 60th Street. That's way faster.
No, I had to get off 80.
You had to get off 80?
I had to get 80 was stopped.
Oh.
80 was stopped. I needed to move somewhere. So I got off on 680 because I could still get that exit.
But you didn't go to Dodge?
And then I was past Dodge. Well, I just got off the first place I could, which
Okay.
was Center.
Yeah.
Which was Center, and I got over. I mean, I don't think that was the problem. Although Center had construction that I didn't know
So does
about,
Dodge for the record, but yeah, center as wouldn't have been my my choice for you.
Well, I don't know that Dodge would have been that much better.
Dodge
but-
has construction too. There's construction everywhere these days.
So
It
yeah,
sucks.
it was.
They love
So
doing it
I'm
all at
late,
once.
but that's Omaha's fault.
It's Omaha's fault. We're blaming Omaha.
That's Omaha.
Wow.
Yeah, and if I
Invoice
ever hear,
Omaha.
Jack Mitchell passing the buck.
I don't know if he's listening today, but Dirk Chatlin's getting blocked. If I can still block him on X, if he ever complains about Lincoln.
Oh,
stoplights
interesting.
Again, yeah.
Interesting.
That's
He's at
it.
a golf course today
I
because
know,
when
he's not on Twitter
when,
anymore.
When
He's
you told me you almost weren't going to be able to do this show, I started reaching out to people, and Dirk was like, "You should have asked me earlier. I'm golfing on Friday.
Golfing,
Have
man.
fun. It's a million
Did that
degrees
guy
outside."
already like retire? Like he's 65?
I know he's between our ages, and he's just golfing all the time.
He's just basically like a real
Yeah.
retire.
What a life he leads.
like a professional athlete does after they finish, except they usually go work in media is
Yeah.
what they do.
That's true.
He's
That's true.
not even doing that.
Well, how are you today, other than the traffic?
I'm good. Other than that, I'm excited that we're here for a college football weekend finally. Right?
yeah.
We got high school football this weekend. We got volleyball this week. This weekend, Josh, feels momentous.
Yes, it
in
does.
terms of finally turning the page from the long desert of
Yes.
sports
'Cause
during the summer.
Your bit this summer, and you've said this on our show many times, has been that this is the longest training camp of all time. It's been the longest offseason of all time. Even though, I mean, literally in 2020, we had the true longest offseason because
That's
people
true.
forget they didn't start playing until October 24th.
Remember COVID?
Remember COVID?
This is also what happens. You can play week 0 twice in a row.
How nice
and
is it that you don't have to deal with week 0 stress this
I
year?
like it. I know you get kind of a trial run of a Saturday.
Yeah.
No stress at all, sitting down on the couch.
Yeah.
Navy and Notre Dame in the Aer Lingus
Yeah,
Classic.
who cares? Like you're like,
right?
this doesn't bother me.
USC and San Jose State.
Oh, and the Pac-12 network. You love that
Pac-12,
channel.
Love the Pac-12
Yeah.
network. Never seen it, but it sounds awesome.
Now, are you getting a little nervous about the Thursday game? Because if they lose, your whole weekend is just trashed.
100%.
Oh man, I'm thinking about you.
Definitely worried.
I'll be
about
thinking
that.
about you on
I
Thursday.
mean, I can't. Yes, I
Not
worried
only will I say go Big Red, but I'll say go Big Jack because I'll be rooting so hard for you to enjoy the games that weekend.
That'd be nice. At least there'll be a buffer if it goes poorly.
That's true.
Like there'll be I am a different person the next day than I am in the immediate aftermath of a loss. I will say that.
Okay, so by Friday you'll be but then by Saturday you'll be like, yeah, football.
There's just a level of emotional reasonableness that is regained after I sleep on it for one night.
Well, I
usually.
think we all understand that. I know I do. When my team loses, especially if they play in the early window, it's like, do I really want to even watch football the rest of the day? My most depressing Saturday that I can remember as a fan, where I didn't want to watch any football, was when Nebraska lost to Virginia Tech in 2009 on the Matt O'Hanlon game. My God. And here, let me help you out there.
Thanks.
And I didn't want to watch any college football the rest of that night.
I hate that feeling.
It's
so
horrible
much.
because you wait for a football season all year long.
There have been so few days where there's been an exciting win early in the day.
Yeah.
For Nebraska, and you're like, oh man, I'm in a college football.
This is
mood.
awesome.
Let's watch these other games and see how they impact Nebraska. Those days are few and far between now.
Yeah, they're long gone. Andrew says, please explain to Jack that people are afraid of the dark clouds after being baked by the sun and forget how to drive.
That was crazy. I saw.
Oh, did you get caught in that?
Well, I got a little bit of rain, but I was coming in just by La Vista, and I saw lightning strike Omaha from God, punishing them from the traffic.
Oh, so they were.
That was for the traffic.
It's like
situation,
27th
too.
Street down there.
This will be a message to you. No longer to say that you can move around easily in this city.
Old Testament type stuff.
Yeah. Then there'll be a rainbow, and he'll never do it again.
Oh, perfect. When we return, a variety of things that we can get to, including a piece of news that just came down from Brett McMurphy about the Big Ten Conference and reporting of injuries. We will have that. Yeah, interesting. Plus, we have started phase 4 of our poll questions. Phase 4 of 4. What will Nebraska's regular season record be in 2023? We can get into the early returns on that one when we come back. Josh Peterson, Jack Mitchell from our sister station, KLIN in Lincoln. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Friday, 1620, The Zone. Hey, everyone. Josh Peterson here for my friends at Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis. We were just talking about the rain and how annoying that can be. But you know what's awesome about Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis? Well, they have the top tracer building. So when you're there and it's raining, not a problem at all because you are covered, you are comfortable, you are cool. There are games on TV. If you're there tomorrow, you can watch some week 0 in college football. If you're there next weekend, well, it's going to be week 1. And after that, of course, pro football will be back as well. And finally, tomorrow, I'm looking at a high of 82 and a low of 60 degrees. Perfect Saturday, perfect Sunday for a morning or afternoon of golf. Give them a call at that number, 402-498-0220. Book your tee times today, and do not forget to go to their website, miraclehillgolf.com/store, and get signed up for their Labor Day Scramble, which is coming up now in a week and a half on September the 4th at 9 a.m., Not very many spots remaining. So go to the website, miraclehillgolf.com/store today and get signed up for only $320 for you and 3 others. They're located just north of Dodge on 120th Street, Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620, The Zone.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Hey folks, is your concrete in need of repair? Kent Pavelka here to talk about your local concrete experts and a best of Omaha winner, Everlevel Concrete Repair. They can completely restore and repair your concrete at a fraction of the price compared to replacement and offer long-term transferable warranties. I'm so glad I chose Everlevel for my driveway. There's a reason they're a best of Omaha winner. Give them a call for your free inspection. That's Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel. Try saying that 3 times fast.
What if I told you there was a way to step into another gear for your brain and be much sharper, more focused, and improve your memory to a level that you could only dream about and notice these results in 30 minutes? Hard to believe? Neuroscientists are calling this new brain discovery the biggest advancement in brain science to date. It's called Limitless, the brain pill of the future. Take it, and within 30 minutes, you'll transport your mind to a new level of focus and clarity you would have never thought possible.
I took Limitless, and it started working in minutes. All of a sudden, it felt like a dark cloud had been lifted up right before my eyes. I have a mental clarity I've never felt before.
Biz execs, athletes, teachers, and students are calling Limitless a secret weapon for the brain. You have nothing to lose, so call now and find out how to get a free bottle today.
To find out how to get your free bottle of Limitless, call 800-605-1691. That's 800-605-1691. Get your free bottle for a limited time. Call now, 800-605-1691, 800-605-1691.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Now, Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson on 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. Josh Peterson, Jack Mitchell with you on this Friday afternoon, a One Beer Friday brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Star Wars fiend Jack says, wow, I just tuned in and holy crap, it's Jack Lettuce. I mean, Arugula Mitchell. This is a treat.
Oh, pizza. Oh, God.
People forget about
Jeez,
Italy.
I said lettuce. It was
Remember when you went to
arugula.
Italy that one time?
Criminy.
Yeah.
It's close enough, right?
Those headphones are going to be a disaster all day, aren't they?
Listen, last time I came here, I didn't bring my own headphones.
We had some for you, but those
and then I got just harassed.
Yeah.
By the way,
What's up?
while I'm
What's going on?
complaining about your workplace,
Yeah, feel free. Feel free.
I don't know what to do when I get to the front door of your workplace. There are no instructions. It is the most confusing.
Was there not anybody up there?
There was, but sometimes there is and sometimes there isn't. There wasn't today.
Mhm.
But nobody
out, corporate
seems
Dan's up there right now.
Apparently he wasn't up there when he got here.
But nobody seems super interested in helping me out either in the whole situation. And
that's not good.
I don't know what I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know if it's a button that
open the
buzzes
door.
it.
It does
locked.
buzz it.
It's locked.
It's locked. So I don't know if I have to hold it and talk or hold it just
Okay.
to buzz
Jack,
up. I don't know what. So
hold the
I was
button.
holding it and
It
I was
buzzes.
talking, and I don't know if that was going to someone.
Was that going anywhere?
Or was that just making an alert that I was here?
I think it just buzzes.
Mm.
And then
Okay, well then
people hear
I'm
the
sure
buzz.
they thought I was just an
The
idiot.
Buzz Boys.
It's very confusing.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm happy you made it though.
I did still make it. That was
You're here.
that was another reason I was late. I mean, everybody is at fault except for me, really.
That's
when you
many
get
are
down
saying.
to it.
Many are saying. Brett McMurphy, I mentioned this going to break. He tweeted within the last 20 minutes. Big Ten will require its football programs to release player availability reports 2 hours before each conference game's kickoff, pending approval by the league school. Sources told the Action Network, first reported by Andy Greeter. I'd be shocked if it didn't pass, source said.
Really? I mean, the coach is going to hate that.
Coach is going to hate it, but you know what? I
love it.
I do too. I love too that this is going to piss off coaches, because there will be media members who are going to say that this is a horrible thing and that they shouldn't have to do this. And those people are coach folks. I'm not a coach folk. I like this. I'm also not surprised with the influx of gambling since 2019 and everything changed with the Supreme Court legislation and ruling. But Jack, I wonder how much of this is also in response to what's going down or what has gone down in Iowa. They're like, we have to make sure we are on the up and up with all injuries.
Oh,
and
so
everything
it's not
being
just
reported.
getting out to certain people, but instead it's made public to everyone. I hadn't even thought about that, but that's it is so nice in the NFL, isn't it?
It's awesome.
It is so nice just to have the designation. I don't, and if you don't want to give me details on what's impacting them, fine.
Exactly.
Right? You want to do discomfort in lower body, fine. Right.
Mhm. Yeah.
But just the
lower body.
I wonder if they'll go with the NFL scale of probable, questionable, out.
I know. I wonder the same thing too.
And what I always wonder about that is, I mean, how do they gauge whether people are truthful on labeling people positive versus questionable, or if they know they're out and calling them probable or questionable for gamesmanship?
Well, so I heard someone say earlier this week that they wondered if the Vikings might get fined retroactively for Kirk Cousins last year. Now, I have to go back and look at the injury reports and what he was and wasn't on there. But I believe, if I was to understand what was said right, Kirk Cousins was not on the injury report last season, but then that quarterback show came out on Netflix, and he was hurt at various points throughout the year, and he's dealing with like chiropractors and like massage people. He was obviously hurting. It was his ribs especially. And so retroactively, like, the Vikings didn't report that. Are they going to get in trouble for this? Which is so funny.
Man, all these documentaries everybody's doing now is getting everybody's secrets out.
Yeah.
First it was Hard Knocks. Now everybody hates Hard Knocks and they're avoiding getting it. Then it was Kirk Cousins, and now Nebraska's got one, and we're going to learn.
There's
all
a
their
new
secrets.
Nebraska doc.
Nebraska's got their version of Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
I don't know if they have another episode coming out of that or not next week.
I think people are just ignoring Hard Knocks right now because it's what's his face,
Aaron Rodgers.
Well, and to be honest, that show, and I haven't watched a ton of that show because I don't have HBO, but I've watched some. So I've been able to watch some of it, and I've talked to people about it. And from what I can tell, the level of access and sort of unscriptedness and behind the scenes stuff has really changed from the early years compared to what they do now.
Yeah, that's
Is
what
that
I've
your
heard.
opinion?
I haven't watched it.
You haven't?
Because I've heard
Okay.
it's bad. Because I've heard it's like that, where they're not getting as much access as they used to get.
Like somebody, I thought I had heard that the Jets aren't even allowing them to do the video when they cut people.
Correct. Which that was a reason why you
that's
used
fun.
to watch.
I love seeing those people's dreams shattered.
Yeah, you're a huge
it's
fan.
Great.
We call you local Dion because you're a huge fan of guys getting
I
cut.
love seeing their hearts broken.
I want the Louis
Good
to show
stuff.
up. A couple of tweets real fast. Shangping Appreciation Club says the Sipple takes about this rule are going to be hilarious. For the record, Steve Sipple is definitely someone that I was thinking of that is not going to like this rule because he's a big coach guy. He defends the coaches. Also, Amazing Daniel says, I'm with Jack. I had to stop by the building the other day, and I was talking to that thing like an idiot.
Thank you.
Let's put it, Nick. Maybe we should put a sign on
All you
that.
need
Don't
is a
talk into
sign.
this.
Is it-
press the button.
So it's a buzzer?
Yeah, it's
I
like a
guess.
buzzer.
It's like a doorbell?
Yeah, it's not like it's like just like a buzz.
Where does the
It's just
buzz
a
come from?
notification?
I think it comes from the desk.
Oh, so it comes from the desk up
Yeah.
front.
Or I thought it might have been like the thing if you've ever lived in an apartment where you can buzz someone in.
Like in Happy Gilmore when he's
Right. I used to have an
kiss you
apartment building like
all
that
over.
back up by East Campus in Lincoln. And
It's like Seinfeld, Nick.
They would buzz below and you would buzz above. And
not funny.
so he was pushing it. I didn't know if he was buzzing me in or talking to me or anything. It was
Yeah, so
just-
what happens is
and I
you
looked
hit
like a
it,
moron.
it'll buzz, the person goes to the desk, they hit the button, and then you can open the door.
Yeah.
We
What
do
they
need
should have
some
done is said,
signage.
open the door. If Miss Cynthia was here, you'd hear her say,
Well, he
"The
was
door's
talking to
open,
me,
just
but I was
open it."
also had my face talking into the button. And so I wouldn't have been able to hear anything he said because I was like, hello, I am here to host 1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
I used to
like
use
I'm talking to someone who English isn't their first language.
You're just yelling at them. I'm doing radio today.
It's a
I used
glass
to
door.
I used to come into that door. Then COVID happened and no one was up there. And then I just Moved on. Now I never walk in through the front door. I don't like not being in control. The side door, I'm in control. I like being in control. You work for NRG Media.
I know.
What about this idea? Here's an idea for corporate. Key cards for everybody. If you work at NRG Media, you get a key card to any building within NRG Media.
We could travel into Iowa. And
Bingo.
visit some of the
Hey,
stations.
I'm here in
Hey,
Wisconsin.
Cedar Rapids.
Yeah,
I don't know if they have one there or
I'll
not,
come to
but-
Broadcast
right?
House. Yeah.
Right? Nick could show us around the state.
There you go. See, it sounds like a great idea.
Beautiful state of Iowa.
Also, Jimmy says, Max is worth it, Jack. Jimmy, preach. I've been telling Jack for years to subscribe.
You know what, Josh? You're going to be so mad at me, but you know what I just did today?
You subscribed to something.
Yeah.
What did you subscribe to?
Well, you know what time of year it is. We've got college athletics going again.
Not again.
And so I signed up once again, as I do, for Big Ten Plus.
How much is that?
11, 12.
Wow. And
Maybe.
you'll sign up for that, but not
or
HBO.
It's yeah. Here's the thing, though. Again, I just don't sit down and watch shows for a long. I don't have that part of my life. That's not a part of my life.
I know. Every
It's
time I
just
want to talk
sitting
about
down
TV with you, you make
and
fun
watching
of
TV.
me.
I still got a few episodes of Ted Lasso I got to finish still. So I do shows when I'm doing laundry, pretty much exclusively.
Interesting.
That's about it. So I
Yeah.
get about 45 minutes in every time.
Did you do the conference pass or the school pass?
School pass.
All right, so let's see. What's the school pass? I just want
I
to see
think
the
it's
cost.
$11.99.
$7.99 or $79.95 a year, or $9.95 a month.
I did the monthly
You
one.
did,
I don't
$10. Okay.
Although I probably should have done the year one.
Okay, so the conference one is the one that's $15. Okay.
Yeah, which by the way, it's all very overpriced. And by the way,
especially
when
for the
are we
production value.
When are we going to get whether it is TV or like passes to watch conference games or even like newspaper articles for paper? Like I want to read a story in the Kansas City Star.
50
sometimes.
cents.
Give me 50. I'll pay 50 cents to read that article. There's no way I'm subscribing to the Kansas City Star to read that with your paywall. And
It's
listen,
especially ridiculous when it's like a story like that from a different state entirely, and I click and it's like, you can't read. It's like, I'm not going to subscribe to your paper to read one story, but I would pay maybe a couple bucks.
if you
to
are a
read the story.
national newspaper
Yeah.
or you cover or you have a sports page
Yeah.
that covers a team that's regional, that people wouldn't be reading it. I can't believe they don't do that.
I'd read something for $1.99.
Yeah, exactly. Like a big story, and it's
Yeah.
like, oh, it's behind a paywall.
And
Never mind.
I know some places give X number of free stories, which is nice, but a lot don't. But
I clicked into a story recently. I'm trying to. Oh, I was doing prep for 25 teams, and it was behind a paywall. And I'd never been to the website before, and I'm like,
Behind the paywall.
I was like, I would pay $1 for this. Just because it seems like there's some good
and
intel.
this is not me blaming them for charging for their content either at all whatsoever. But and then I would think the same thing about the Big Ten. Why
Buy a
they
game.
haven't had? I didn't subscribe just until they really, really started putting basketball, volleyball, and baseball on Big Ten Plus. I never subscribed
Sports that you care
until last year,
Yeah.
but like lots of games.
Yeah.
Like every baseball game is on now. Every
Yeah.
volleyball game is on now, and that's only been the case for 2 years.
Yeah.
I think. But in the past, there would be these one-off games, and I always said, "Man, how do you not offer that for $1.99?"
It's weird.
How do you not? Because there'd be several times that I do that, but I know they're not bringing in as much people. They think it'll probably cut into their subscriptions, I guess.
Yeah.
But I need more things like that, completely a la carte.
Man, couldn't agree with you more. When we return, we will look at phase 4, the voting for phase 4. Next week, we will start asking our friends of the Grum, including one Jack Mitchell, what their record prediction is for the team. By the way, we'll have to do this with Kent today, since Kent will be off next Friday.
We will.
So we will get Kent's record prediction for Nebraska later on.
Need to find a place on the board.
We're gonna have to erase some stuff. By the way, that is a reminder that Red Out Week is here. It started yesterday. You can listen all over the next week here on 1620 The Zone, whether it's daily coverage, breaking news, a whole lot more. Red Out Week is presented by Union Bank and Trust. More details can be found online at 1620thezone.com.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Shop unbeatable savings during NFM's bonus days. This weekend only. All bedroom, dining, and reclining furniture is on sale. Get an NFM reward card with the purchase of select laundry pairs. All 65-inch and larger TVs are on sale. Take 10% off the current price on all hard surface flooring, plus 30-month financing on qualifying brands. And get a $50 Hy-Vee gas card with qualifying purchases Saturday and Sunday only while they last. At NFM, minimum monthly payments required, 18% APR. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Duck Defense Midwest makes your home healthier and improves the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com for a special duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. That's cleanairradio.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
Okay, next time you're at the store, I dare you to not think about the unmistakable fresh, clean scent of Irish Spring. Yeah, you heard me. I want you to resist picturing a shower filled with those sensational Irish Spring suds. And if you succeed, well, you got what my gramps used to call resolutitude. Not a real word, but let's be honest, you're probably going to end up leaving with Irish Spring because of its irresistible scent and because you have zero resolutitude. Pick up Irish Spring today.
The statements made regarding these products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. All information presented here is not meant as a substitute for or alternative to information from healthcare practitioners paid for by Labyrinth Labs.
Guys, throw away the magazines, toss out the books, turn off the so-called science programs. They all say you hit your potential in your 20s. Well, I say bull. I say take Maxiderm and prove them wrong. Yeah, sure, testosterone starts to drop off as you age. But with Maxiderm, you can recharge your testosterone, take back your power, and find unlimited potential whatever your age. Maxiderm's testosterone booster helps restore your stamina, recharge your energy, and reignite your fire. In the gym? Yeah. At the office? Absolutely. In the bedroom? You better believe it. Call now for a free supply of Maxiderm. That's right. Call today and get a free supply of Maxiderm Power Up Testosterone Booster with your order. Just call 1-800-430-9587. Call 1-800-430-9587 today for this free offer. 1-800-430-9587.
If you're dreading back to school dinner nights or want to serve on football weekends, Timber Creek Pizza has an answer. Timber Creek Pizza Pub and Grill serves original pizzas with fresh ingredients. Try customer favorites like the 3 Oinks and a Moo or the Upset Grizzly Bear. Plus, there's daily specials and menu items like tacos, salads, wings, and burgers. Stop in and check out Timber Creek's family-friendly dining environment or order some carryout. Timber Creek Pizza Pub and Grill at 178th and Harrison and at timbercreekpizzaomaha.com.
August 25th at McDonald's is Big Red Friday, when you'll score a limited edition Husker flag for $5 with proceeds benefiting your local Ronald McDonald House. And what exactly should a Husker fan like you do with a limited edition Husker flag? Attach it to your cornhead hat and wave your head around. Drape it over the giant M structure you installed in your yard. Place it in the hand of the Herbie Husker statue on your roof, or fly it from the van you just converted into a corn cob party bus. Oh, the decisions. Husker flags, Friday, August 25th at participating McDonald's while supplies last.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Josh Peterson, Jack Mitchell, congrats to our first winner. Nick?
I didn't have his name.
Wow, geez, you got his name like 2 minutes ago. His name 2 minutes ago.
You know how to turn on a mic, Jack.
Wow.
Mike, actually.
It's another thing I have people do for me at my job.
See, that...
I'm glad you and John don't make me do that, because that would get annoying.
Because we're not children.
Thank you.
It's my microphone. I want to control my microphone.
It's not hard, Jack. hit the button.
You radio
Turn
guys.
on. There's instructions.
Why are radio guys the hardest?
I have
at
someone who
filling in?
turns on my mic, but my person does not book my guests. So you give and you take for some.
Wow. See, Nick does both.
Sorry, we're adults.
Or no, Nick does
he
the other. He
one.
does the inverse.
I have somebody. Yes.
So you'd rather him turn on your mic than book the
No,
guests?
I'd
rather book the guests?
I'd rather have them do both.
Mason Daniel says the obvious big topic next week will be white over red or all white for the opener.
Oh, God.
Are you excited for some uniform takes, Jack?
That's actually I hadn't thought of that. When was the last time Nebraska hasn't done the all white for a while, have they? Did they ever do the all white under Scott Frost?
Man, I don't
remember.
so. Unless they had a weird alternate uniform.
I mean, I know for sure, and it probably was. They were after this, but that Northwestern game they had alts that were all white, which by the way were probably their best alts.
I love those alts. I was at that game.
Oh yeah, they won that game.
They won that game. They covered that game.
They easily won that game.
Won my bet
What
that
a night that must have been.
Yeah, dude, they were on their way to being a top 10 team.
That was probably one of the top 3 wins of the last decade.
Wow, that's depressing, but you might not be wrong.
The 9/11 uniforms were mostly white.
The 9/11
Yeah,
uniforms
these are alternates.
weren't those all
Yes,
white?
Those
uniforms?
were at home too.
2021
Yeah.
Nebraska Buffalo.
Yeah, with the camouflage.
Yes. God, I didn't like that.
Right, but have they ever done the road?
I did like the numbers.
Have
on
they
those,
done the
though.
road surrender whites? That were the
last time I can remember
Trying
the
to
all
remember.
white uniforms was Mike Riley's first year against Minnesota. That's the last time I can remember them, and that was 2015.
Okay.
Maybe I am wrong. So if someone else remembers, let me know right now at USC 1620. I think that was the last time they did it on the road. That'd be
They
hilarious.
wore them
if
under
Matt
Bo
ruled.
quite a bit, I think. I
They
feel like they
did.
wore them quite a bit.
They started becoming kind of a new thing again.
I want to say they wore them like at Miami for Mike Riley too.
They did. You're right. Because
Yeah.
it was probably 1,000,000 degrees is why they
Yeah,
wore
they
them
wore
that
'em-
game. You probably hate them, right? Are you someone who hates
Yeah, I
them?
don't like them.
Yeah,
I
because
like
of
the red pants.
you're all. Is it that, or are you all like they lose, like the curse?
I have bad memories of them. Number one, and
Because you were of that age.
And number two, you
don't like
I
the
like
look.
I like the red pants look better.
Yeah. I think the all white looks good.
I did for the alternates.
The alternates look good.
I like how they looked for the alternates.
Yeah.
White uniforms are boring to me.
Boring.
I like color. I like more color. I just think that they should always be color games all the time.
Oh, it should be like a red top
Color
versus
rush.
So
I
like
think it
Minnesota
should
next week should wear their yellow jerseys
Yes.
and Nebraska should wear their red. No, but what if it's like USC that just has a different shade of red?
Well, then they could
do.
Well, Nebraska could wear blue.
Well,
then.
USC is a secondary color.
Not for home uniforms. They would have to wear either a white or a red. They
why
have
don't
no middle ground.
How did they do it in 1923, guys? They figured it out.
How
didn't
did they do it in
They just figured it
1923?
out.
They figured it. They
That's a
got
good
some.
question. All I would see is a black and white photo. So I,
I
have
do
no
want
idea.
Nebraska to have blue uniforms. I think that would be really funny.
Yeah, then they did the
cool.
stupid blue outlines on
You'd
the
be able to
numbers.
tell with the blue outlines that they're a completely different
God,
team.
I hate those. Absolutely despise those. Jack Mitchell, we have asked the question for the final time. Voting will be allowed until next Thursday at 6:30. By the way, have you seen this? Have you heard about this? We're going to be on the air next Thursday at Oscars until 7 o'clock. The program will be
Until kickoff?
until kickoff, because you know how Fox
An extra
usually-
single hour,
an
you're
extra
telling me?
whole hour.
Another
crap.
hour of me.
Settle down, Jack. That's going to be some content. It's going to be some. What do you want to say?
I mean, count the commercials, but we're probably talking like a good 37 minutes of extra radio for.
I wasn't saying this is a
Holy
bad thing. I was saying it's a great thing.
No, I'm not saying it's a bad thing either.
I don't
I'm
understand
saying-
this tone.
Yeah, Jack, do
I
you
don't
do
know.
extra?
I just feel
Wait, how long
snotty
is your
today.
show again?
3 hours. 3
And
hours.
how much content do you do in those hours?
Listen.
5 minutes? You're
Listen.
darn near an FM music show. Hey, let's play the hits. See you later. News coming up at the
News,
twos.
traffic,
At the
sports,
twos.
weather.
Bottom of the hour, Josh.
I remember I filled in with Jack one time, and it was 6:15 when we finally started talking. I was like, "Whoa,
Yeah, it's a stop set. It
6:15."
happens.
There's so many news
Uh.
items. Anyway, Jack, we have asked the question, and the poll will close next Thursday when
Okay.
we are on the air at Oscars. What will Nebraska's regular season record be in 2023? Same options as always: 3-9 or worse, 4-8 or 5-7, 6-6 or 7-5, and finally 8-4 or better. Last time that we did this, which was the very end of July, the 6-6 or better crowd was above 70%. John went and did the numbers. He pulled the numbers, and there's always an uptick of an additional like 6% of positivity from the beginning of fall camp until the end of fall camp.
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready for this? Positivity is actually down by 0.3%
from the previous
the previous iteration. Instead of it being 70.4% positivity, it's right now 70.1% positivity. Do people hate Matt Rule?
No, it stands to
402-951-1620.
No, this is what I'm talking about camp needing to end. The vast majority of the stories that have come out since it began have tended to be negative.
They have been
tend to be bad, starting from the very beginning with Miles Farmer, and then other rumors that were going on as well, and injuries, and then Xavier Betts. I mean, there's been a lot of that. We need to get the season started.
You're right, because we always say
that's exactly why that number didn't go up.
Whenever we put out this poll question, I always say, barring something crazy happening, there will be the usual uptick in optimism. Now, nothing crazy has happened, but there has not been like a good thing that has come from fall camp, right?
I mean, I don't
know like a true good report of like, this player did this. I guess Jeff Sims, I would say, is probably more hyped now than he was a month ago. Is any other player more hyped today? That's the way to ask it.
Okay.
Is any player? Is there who else has more optimism?
I mean,
today?
guys like Gifford. Isaac Gifford definitely
you think so?
is. I think
MJ Sherman maybe.
Well, he was an or today on the depth chart.
Yeah, people are excited about it. Aren't they excited about him though?
He was he has somebody breathing down his neck.
Yeah.
That surprised me.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
I don't know. Let's see other people who might be more. I don't know. Maybe Hutmacher.
Yeah.
You know.
Like I said this earlier this week when we were talking about the running back situation. Did Gabe Irvin like win it, or did Anthony Grant lose it? Like there didn't seem to be that type of like, wow, that guy owned the position battle and he has the job now. They got people like jacked, you know. And maybe I'm just thinking about it from the standpoint of like skill position players. So you're right. This training camp, I mean, look, there wasn't a horrible injury, but there also wasn't the usual like rah, this is awesome, everything's perfect.
I mean, I think
maybe that's because of Rule's honesty, though.
I think I think there are probably slight improvements in the feeling about some of the secondary, couple, 2-3 guys in the secondary. I think maybe about the offensive line generally. I think maybe about the defensive line generally, which doesn't. I just think there's probably a slightly more confident feeling about them than you would agree on the last week of July.
Okay.
Or whenever you guys took that other poll.
Yeah.
But you're right. There's nothing, which I don't even know what that looks like in fall camp, to have a major, like, oh man, now I mean,
yeah, what would that even
what would
be?
that look like? Does the coach just be wildly effusive, or then the players being wildly effusive about a quarterback or
if
something
there
like
were
that?
like stories coming out of some player, you know, doing really well, it's hard in this era because, you know, practices aren't really open, and what is open, it's so little anyway. It's not going to be anything that's going to get you super excited. You're right. Like, I'm trying to think if there has even been a situation like that in my life, and I guess I can't really remember a player winning a job that would have had fans more excited, or, oh, hey, the reports are that this player is performing really well, that would have people more excited. So, I don't know.
You can only go down. That's why fall camp needs to end. Only one
it's
way
over. It's game week now, Jack.
Well, whatever. Practice without games.
Yeah.
Fall camp's apparently been over for 2 weeks. Technically, which
this triggered you immensely when they moved out of the dorms. You're like, wait a second.
If fall camp's over, it means you're in game week. No, still got a month till a game. Well, what are we in right now then? Because it's not game week and it's not fall
that
camp.
was funny. Camp. They moved out 2 weeks ago, and then they still had 2.5 weeks until the open.
Right.
That is a long count.
Where were they staying?
They were staying at Selleck. They were staying at Selleck. I did see this tweet last night from Johnny Pig. He said, someone really needs to do an in-depth article on the offseason Kool-Aid of the Husker football program. No other fan base can convince themselves a 3-9 team can win 10 games 1 year later like the Huskers.
Nobody's saying that.
Someone said it in this room last year. It was a bit.
It was a bit.
It was a bit.
Jeez, you hire me. You have me on this show not for my college football insight. It's for the personality and the bombasticness. Everyone knows that. I disappoint. If I came on and said 6-6, there'd be a whole lot of sad radio listeners, and you know that. No, but hold on.
Yeah.
To his point, this is a straw man. This is a straw man.
I think he was doing this in response to like last year's poll questions and how at the beginning of the offseason, there were like fewer than 60% of voters who thought they would make a bowl game. And by the end, it was 80%, Jack, 80%. That was some positivity.
What are you getting now in terms of very positive?
You're talking about the highest tier of positivity, 8.5%. Say 8 and 4 or better.
Which there are people who are just
clicking.
They're just clicking.
Do you want
they're just voting with their heart, or they just want to see the results and they want to be positive. That's what it is.
Oh, the Mike Schaefer see results option on the Twitter poll question.
That's what it. Okay, this is not like a serious concern about the people. This is. I'm telling you, I talk to people about this team all the time. Over positivity is not a problem in this fan base. It is not. Why everybody wants to say that it is constantly is absolutely not.
Are you saying many are saying that there is an over positivity problem, but you're pushing back against them?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. The middle ground of voters, 6 and 6 or 7 and 5 has 61.5%, and 4 and 8 or 5 and 7 has 27%. So you add those two numbers together, and you're looking at almost 90% of voters are in the 4 and 8 to 7 and 5 range, which again is kind of where every prediction that I have heard falls.
Right. And I think 7 and 5 is probably the ceiling of where I'm at in terms of what they can do.
I think I've heard like 1 or 2 people who have said 8 and 4, and I'm like, okay, settle down. I have heard very few though say 3 and 9. Like I haven't really heard a whole lot of 3 and 9s or even 4 and 8s. Most of the people I'm hearing are saying, most people are saying 5 and 7 or 6 and 6. Yeah. And then the stray 7 and 5 in there as well. And that's kind of it. That's where,
you know what?
9 out of 10
sounds
voters
like
are.
a very sober, measured take on this whole thing right now, to be honest.
Yeah.
These fans aren't as exciting as you're making them out to be.
Yeah,
take that, fans.
Interesting.
You're reasonable. Suck it.
Shank Peak Appreciation Club says, I think the shift towards slightly more negative has to do with Frost burning any trust bridges a lot of fans had, and it's just carryover.
Yes.
But okay, I don't think he's wrong, like in general, but what explains the uptick in optimism from December to April to July? Because that was real. When we did our first poll question back in December, only 56% of voters thought that they would go to a bowl game, whereas now that number is 70%.
Matt Rule is a really good speaker. I think that has taken. I think
and
that's
the
gone
roster,
a long way.
the roster has come together.
You know, they didn't know who the coach was. You know, you got more familiar with who the coach was. That inspired some confidence. But once you then get to fall camp, and then you start to talk about players, and then people start getting down on the talent, and then they start saying, "Well, we haven't developed talent in the past." And then you kind of just get back into that whole thing. I think both of those are true.
Yeah.
About the way people think about this team.
Yeah. Gosh, 6 days still.
Because is there anyone, and maybe the answer is there just is a low level of talent on this team. Is there any players that you hear from people who are contacting you that people are genuinely excited about?
Players?
Yeah.
Great question. I don't think so. I think people are intrigued. I think they're intrigued by Jeff Sims. But truly excited.
Right.
It's more what I hear is I'm excited to watch him to see what he looks like, but it's not I'm excited for Jeff Sims at quarterback. I was going through the receiver room in my Rolodex. No. The best player in that room he's a slot guy who's going to catch a ton of passes, but probably not getting a whole lot of
excited about any of the running backs?
I don't think so.
I mean, not excited. You're hopeful it can be a best case scenario, but there's not a level of confidence in any single player on the entire team.
I think I'm excited for MJ Sherman, and I know you brought up the "or" that was associated with his name on the depth chart.
I was too.
Yeah.
As well.
Are people excited for Thomas Fidone?
Maybe, but that's kind of a whole that could go a lot of way. But like, okay, but who are the best, most proven players on this team, and why do they not have Luke Reimer, perhaps? Right?
Yeah.
Probably Luke Reimer, probably Quentin Newsom.
Yeah. You know what it is? I think you just named 2 defensive players. I think that there is
defensive players.
Yeah. Well, partly, yes. I think that just our, liking offenses in general in sports and certainly in football, I think plays a part in that too. But I also think that with defense, there does seem to be this, I don't know, cautious, just hope of I hope that they're not terrible. I don't think we always talk, what's the offense going to look like? What the hell's the defense going to look like? We have kind of an idea, but I feel like it could result in some real bad games by the defense. And so I don't know if people want to get super hopeful for that side of the ball because it could let them down. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm grasping.
I don't know what it is, but it's I've not heard anyone be like, oh, Luke Reimer's going to kick ass this season. Yeah. And he might. Yeah. I mean,
you're right. There usually every year is at least a player who gets the wow, I can't wait to watch him, or that guy's going to be great. Last year, I think O'Shawn Mathis probably would have been, a player. I can't wait to see
maybe
O'Shawn
Trey
Mathis.
Palmer.
Yeah, for sure, Trey Palmer. Even Anthony Grant going into the
I
season.
think probably Nelson too.
Garrett Nelson.
Was
he had a lot of fans.
How do you feel about Chief? Is Chief been getting talked about a
Well,
whole
Chief
lot?
is the one who has the oar with MJ
He's
Sherman.
been getting talked about.
He's the one who has the oar.
Yeah.
Who's apparently a co-starter with MJ Sherman.
Yeah. Riley asks, is there more excitement among the fan base for White or Satterfield?
I think White.
I think so too. But it's like long-term excitement. It's not 2023 excitement.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a hope. I think there is a hope that his defense, that the scheme itself is going to be a challenge for teams.
Yeah.
Maybe right away. But I think that's there's a hope among that. It's not like with Satterfield, you're looking at the scheme and you're like, oh man, the scheme's going to be a problem for people, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, he was one of the hires that definitely had the least amount of like pomp and circumstance, but of the coordinators, he easily had the least, because I know a lot of South Carolina fans were like, see you later. They were pumped that he was gone. And I think that infected my brain early on. Like,
that's a big part of it too.
Are we sure about this? Whereas Tony White, look, maybe his floor is low, but it seems like his ceiling is super high with this defense. And that, I think the floor being low is more of a, are we sure this can work in the Big Ten? I am a believer, for the record, but I have heard I've talked to numerous people, including those that I like really trust. And they're like, yeah, I'm very curious to see how this thing works in the Big Ten over time. But as you and I have talked about a lot, this conference and the idea of Big Ten football is about to radically change because 4 new schools are about to enter the league. Almost 25% of the league will be filled with new schools. And so the idea of Big Ten football, we're going to have to shift how we view that.
And even the ones that exist, some of them are changing away from their previous style. Yeah. Wisconsin and Purdue's got a new coach. Even they were kind of the outlier in the West anyway.
Yeah.
But
Nebraska's leaning now into Big Ten football.
Yeah, they're the ones who are doing
going
it
back
now,
to it. Yeah.
Oddly enough. And then the other thing I'd say about that too is I think there's probably a little bit more excitement about White right now, is because I think most of us agree that in terms of where there is talent, when we were talking about it's probably primarily on the defensive side.
Yeah, at least more proven talent.
Again, there's not a whole lot of people lighting up the all conference boards, but if you were putting them on a scale
probably
in
put
terms
more
of what
defense.
I think it's definitely the defense.
Yeah, for sure. Coming up later on in the show, Kent Walgamont will join us. We'll review The Jerk. Did you rewatch The Jerk this week, Jack?
I did not, but I saw it enough times as a youngster that I feel okay.
Yeah.
So I was half
I feel
right.
okay.
You're half right.
I was half right.
Okay.
I did listen. It was I'm a busy person.
Busy person.
I don't even have time to finish Ted Lasso at this point.
That's true. You talked about that
Maybe
earlier.
if you weren't so busy getting stuck in traffic, you'd have a little
That'd
more
be
time.
great. That'd be great. That would be nice if I had a little extra time today.
Also, Jeff Colhane will join us, the lineup powered by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. More to come with Jack Mitchell in today for John Bishop, Josh Peterson on this One Beer Friday here on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on The Crossover.
I'm in for maximum stupid because it appears as if the people that run college athletics are also into maximum stupid.
That's just the Pac-12 commissioner. That guy screwed this whole thing.
Yeah, he's an idiot.
He's a huge
Both
idiot.
of the guys were idiots, Larry Scott and now Kliavkoff.
It's amazing how he's worse than Larry Scott.
Yeah, how he just let these teams all right, see you later.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Hot and humid this afternoon, hitting a high around 95 degrees. We have a small chance of a shower or thunder shower as well this afternoon. The chance is going to be greater during the overnight hours. We'll wake up tomorrow morning with a temperature in the upper 60s and another small chance of showers throughout the day tomorrow, but mostly partly cloudy skies. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
There's Unlimited Pro, Unlimited Obsidian, Unlimited Mini, Unlimited No Limit.
At Cox Mobile, we know other mobile companies have puzzling data plans. Shouldn't it be easier? That's why Cox Mobile has 2 simple plans. Choose between pay-as-you-gig or unlimited and change plans anytime. Finally, something that actually fits you. All while running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. Cox Mobile. We're different because you're different. Cox postpaid internet required 5G reliability is measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to age 2023. Results may vary, not endorsement. Wi-Fi not tested. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
The cigar enthusiasts at Hearth Cigars and Pipes are a pretty diverse bunch of humans. Some enjoy an adult beverage or two, others pass the time with a competitive yet friendly game of dominoes. Still others enjoy shooting some pool downstairs, while more than a few are just satisfied with each other's company. The common thread with all of them is the awesomeness that is their favorite cigar from the humidor. Hearth Cigars and Pipes, just off the 48th Street exit from I-680 at the corner of Mormon Bridge Road and McKinley, and at hearthcigars.com.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard. Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks. Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long. And with Babbel, it isn't hard. It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Duck Defense Midwest makes your home healthier and improves the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com for a special duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. That's cleanairradio.com.
The Zone hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Feel like I'm on some kind of crazy trip or something.
The 1620. The Zone.
Alongside Jack Mitchell, I am Josh Peterson. It is a One Beer Friday brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Star Wars Fiend with another lettuce joke says picking his lettuce off his pizza. I believe he's talking to you, Jack. It was arugula, Jack. It was arugula.
I know. It was, I think it was. At least, I don't know. Was he there? I'm not totally sure what it was.
Well, the picture. Everyone saw the picture.
I posted a picture of one that was comparable. I didn't have a picture of the exact pizza I ate. So, and it's still stupid to do that, by the way.
Some responses to what was a really interesting prompt that you threw at us last segment. Eric says, is this a time where the new coach is more hyped than any of the players and may have taken some of the attention from the players? Now, let me answer.
Yep.
I want to agree, but also disagree. Scott Frost was more hyped than any player in 2018. Way more hyped than any player. But there was a genuine fervor and excitement for Adrian Martinez.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, people were jacked for that guy. People were also excited for more Stanley Morgan and even J.D. Spielman.
Yeah.
Hell, people were excited. God, I can just run through a lot of
Who
guys.
else was on that
Greg
team?
Bell. People were excited for him. Now, that was
Yes.
stupid of us. People were excited for Maurice Washington.
Yes.
Maurice Washington?
Well, that was
Marcus?
his second year. Or no,
that
that
was his first year. People were
Yeah,
really
you're
excited
right.
for
You're
him.
right.
Let's see. On defense, I mean, I'm sure that there are some players that people were excited for. But I just named, 5 players on offense that people were super
People
pumped
were
for.
definitely saying, I can't wait to see what Maurice Washington has. I can't wait to see what Adrian Martinez has.
People were really excited to watch Adrian. And this year,
and
Sims,
Stanley Morgan had been established at that point,
and
too,
people were
so,
excited for him.
Yeah.
Whereas, yes, Sims, again, we talked about this last segment. There is excitement for him. Yes, I'm not trying to say that there isn't, but there is a. Yeah, but let me go look at his Georgia Tech stats again. It's like,
there's no single player where somebody in a conversation is like, oh man, I can't wait to see what they can do. Right?
Yeah.
I can't wait.
It's all like curiosity, right? It's like I'm interested,
like,
but it's not like excited.
Right.
You know?
Excited is not the word.
Because excited is, I think the way that you and I are kind of defining this discussion is you don't go into it with any caveats, right? There's no like a yeah, but. There's no yeah, but. Like for me, I can't wait to watch Micah Parsons this year. There's no yeah, but. The only yeah, but about Micah Parsons is his Twitter account. But I'm not looking at his tweets.
I can't wait to see Keisei Tominaga this year.
There you go.
Nebraska
There's no yeah,
There's
but.
no. Yes, I will go to games to see him.
Exactly. So now Aaron writes in, he says, my player is Malcolm Hartzog. I think he is going to be a dude.
I like that. I think he's right.
Like that
also,
answer?
I just think nobody else is saying that.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Doc texts into 402-951-1620. The defensive scheme isn't going to be a challenge for a lot of Big Ten teams because all they're going to do is just line up and run right at Nebraska. Nebraska is not going to be able to stop them or actually going with 3 down linemen. Wow. So
well, I think the hope is that it makes it difficult to figure out who's blocking whom.
Yeah.
Is what I think the hope is. Now, if you execute it, that maybe he's right, but I don't think it's simple enough to say, well, just because they're running right up the middle, it's going to foil the 3-3-5, or it wouldn't be a defense. You know?
Yeah.
That's what I would say. But he might be right. I mean, that may be what the end result is.
We had a question yesterday from Ken where he said, I bleed Husker red, but what if we start 0-2? Minnesota has thick, solid, fast studs on both sides. Jack, have you thought about the thick, solid, fast studs a lot this offseason? Have you allowed your mind to go into a dark place of 0-2 and the studs?
I think Minnesota's got a really good tight end.
And you love Callie McManus?
No, I don't.
His name's Ethan.
No.
He gave away an N.
Where'd the N go?
He lost it. He probably threw interceptions last year. Maybe it was one of the interceptions.
Oh, no.
The N's up in the air, and it's picked off.
Oh, tough look for
Newsom has the N. He's returning it the other way. I think that might have been what happened
He
to Callie
spikes
McManus.
the N.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be 15 without a doubt. That's the thing is, does Minnesota? I mean, they got big. What did he say? Big what?
Big
shoes.
I think thick, fast studs.
Okay, on both sides, he said.
Thick, solid, fast studs.
I would
on both
agree that
sides.
about Brevin Smanford. He is that. He is definitely that.
He is a thick stud.
I don't know who he's referring to on defense.
Yeah,
as being that.
Yeah,
they got their best player on defense is probably a cornerback at this point. And yes, and he may be doing it by reputation, is what it sounds like, which people love to do.
People do
about the Big West, Big Ten West. They do it based on.
Are you
reputation.
sad that it's going away because now you won't be able to paint everything with a broad brush anymore?
I can't be a Big Ten West truther anymore.
You can't,
which I really enjoy doing.
Yeah, you've been very good at it.
That's the thing is, I also don't go in feeling super confident about who Minnesota is in this game either, unless you're doing it really based, again, on reputation and who they've been.
We talked about it with their play-by-play guy yesterday. So a couple of things. First of all, I will say that I go in with their reputation in mind on their offensive line, and I buy their offensive line. I will say that on Front Street. I was surprised at how much he liked Ethan without an N, Callie McManus. He gave like a 5-minute answer. He was singing his praises.
I mean, well, I'll give him this. He looked better against Nebraska than Tanner Morgan did. He might have saved that game against Nebraska.
And he did finish the season with some solid performance in the bowl game. Solid. I'm grading on a curve.
His numbers were typical, if not slightly worse, average Big Ten West quarterback numbers.
Yeah.
Is what they were at this point. And
see, you don't, let me ask you.
I mean, frankly, it feels like he's going to be a Tanner Morgan, right?
Let me ask it to you this way. You seem less concerned maybe about Nebraska losing this game in typical fashion because their leader is different now. Am I understanding you correctly? Whereas
yeah, I do. That's a great question. I am counting on that.
On that
being improved.
Like, did you watch the Matt Rule press conference today?
No, I didn't. I just read some of the.
So he was asked this question. I can't remember who it was by. Nick, where are the audio clips? Actually, we can maybe air this. He was asked this question about like kind of learning how to win and being a new program. And I don't know if we have that one, but it was basically just like, last year you've lost all these games. You've been a close team. And he's like, I don't want to talk about that. Like, I'm not going to talk about that with the guys because then their mindset will bingo. And so I think that that's interesting because that's essentially what you are banking on is this is not the last 5 years or 6 years Nebraska. This is a new Nebraska.
Right. I mean, listen, when I'm thinking about this coming year, I'm thinking about where the talent is, which might be a little down from last year, probably.
For Nebraska or
yes,
Minnesota?
For Nebraska.
Yeah.
For Nebraska. I think the schedule works out pretty well for Nebraska. And I think, in theory, the coaching should be better. I think that would particularly manifest itself more than anything in those late game situations that Nebraska has incredibly failed at game after game after game after game.
Yeah.
And if they would have executed 50% of those, the story of the last 5 years is completely different.
Here's what Matt Rule had to say earlier at his press conference.
No, I if anything, I sometimes I get upset when like you guys ask a question, our guys will talk about last year. I don't think there's any value in us talking about the past other than learning from it, like the football. Because it has nothing to do with me. Like I wasn't here. So like why would I talk about, like if you were asking me like, hey Matt, let's talk about what happened to Baylor or Carolina or Temple, I'd 100, but I think what's happened in the past was just a different entity. We have to answer for the things that we do, right? So I'm more worried about just being on the front end of what we do than the previous things that have happened, if that makes any sense. Like if we go out and kick the game-winning field goal, I certainly don't want Tristan thinking about, well, this guy made this kick or missed this kick. I want him thinking about just right now. So I came into the job, though, to answer it, knowing like, hey, this team's close. We have certain things we have to do. So that's why we've put such an emphasis on how we eat. The guys don't love the fact that I make them eat 3 meals a day in the training table. Sometimes they just want to go out and eat Subway, but we do it because we want them to get as big and strong as possible so we can win games in the fourth quarter, right? The way that we lift, the way that we do everything. That's right, man. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So, yeah.
So there you go. That was Matt Rule related.
But I think it's a fair question. I don't know who asked the question.
Yeah, I think it was Sipple.
I think it's a completely fair question. I get it. The Rule wasn't here, but there's a lot of the players that were there, and all of us were there too. And we all know the feeling we got and that we get when that thing happens.
Mm-hmm.
We all have that moment within the game where you're like, there it is. Here we go. The blocked punt against Iowa.
Dude, I'm happy.
Right? You pick your moment from 10 games, and you're like, there it goes.
I'm happy you brought that up because, and this is sicko behavior by me, I'll admit that. I went and rewatched some of the crossover that John Happer and I did after the Northwestern game last season, because I was like, what were we saying that Monday? I just wanted to kind of get really into the season mindset. And we talked about that and how in that Iowa game, we mentioned that Iowa game. Oh, because we were telling a story. One of my friends had listened to Husker Hangover. He pulled up Husker Hangover. He listened for like 20 minutes. Finally, Matt mentioned Iowa, and he realized he had been listening to Husker Hangover from 9 months ago. And he was not listening to Husker Hangover about the Northwestern game from 2 days prior. and that was the jumping off point of they've lost in so many of these weird ways that it took many minutes for Verse to mention Iowa or before he realized, oh, this isn't the Northwestern game. And so you are spot on. Like if there will be a moment next Thursday, assuming the game is close, there will be a moment, an interception on Nebraska, maybe a missed field goal, whatever, where a lot of us are saying, oh no, here it goes again.
There it is. Here it comes.
That honestly, it happened a couple of times late against Iowa last year. Remember the Ramir fumble?
That's true. The Ramir fumble. That's true.
In that moment, how many of us were like,
that's a good
they're
point.
going to do it again.
Yep.
And they didn't, though. They held on and they won.
That's a
and
good
so,
point.
maybe
credit where credit's due. That's true. That did happen. But that said, you can probably pick 5 other games last year where you did have that moment. Wisconsin last year, right? They converted a big third down.
Yep.
Remember on a wheel route pass, you're like, oh, that's it.
Game over.
Game over at that point, even though the game was.
I mean, to go back to Northwestern, the onside kick. I mean,
the onside kick felt that way, and they were ahead.
They were ahead, and that's the wild thing about. And we brought this up in the crossover from last year. The Iowa game is wild because it took so many scores for Iowa to take the lead. Even after the block punt, Nebraska still had the lead. And I think it took 2 more scores because Iowa just kept getting field goals.
But yet when it happened,
it was all game over. The whole stadium knew it.
It's incredible what a sense this fan base has gotten of what that moment is. Even if Joe Schmo, if a fan from, the SEC would watch that game and they'd say, oh, they're still ahead. They're going to be fine in this. You're like, oh, no.
Yeah.
No, they won't.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Nebraska fans have absolutely got a sense of that. And that's why I say the question was fair. Because if Nebraska fans have that much of a sense of it, the players are feeling that same thing.
And dare I say, like, that might be the toughest thing that Matt Rule has to coach out of him right now. It's just the mental stuff.
He's right. He wasn't there for that, and so he can't speak to why it was happening then. But part of his job is changing that.
Yeah.
And there's a culture here of that right now, like it or not.
Yeah, that's
at
why
this point. And he is maybe it's just let's not address it because I wasn't here. And we'll just train them up the way we train them up, and hopefully that'll get it out of them. But unless he does that, somehow, some way, you're going to repeat the problems of the past.
And maybe this is a bad question, but is there a part of you that wishes or hopes that Nebraska wins with a comeback versus beating Minnesota by like 50? What would you rather have, a comeback win or win by 50? Because I know the other would be less stressful, but wouldn't the former be a good teaching? Like, thank God they just did it on the road.
I'd probably like them to
50.
win by 50 just because.
What if I lowered the score to like 17?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
By 17. But yes, you're right. We talk about what this atmosphere on this show and in this state and in the media and on the message
and on Big Red Overreaction Thursday night with Happer and Otson
will feel like if Nebraska wins.
Yeah.
If they win it by coming back in a way that they just haven't done forever, you can amp that up even more because that is going to say to people, and it may just be a one-time thing, but that is going to say to people, this is now different.
It's going to give you permission to believe that it can happen again in the future.
Yeah.
Couple of tweets that I want to get to when we return, basically two sides of the same coin. Also, we will talk to Kent Walgamont later on in the hour about the jerk. Final time that we will talk to Kent for a couple of
right
weeks.
Next to you. The jerk.
Oh, wow. Nick, rude. Dion says Jack's being melodramatic. That's not Jack.
About what?
I don't think you're being melodramatic about anything. I think your takes are fine today.
Good takes.
Very normal takes. Josh Peterson,
That wasn't
Jack
even
Mitchell.
a bit. I was just.
It was a bit.
That wasn't a bit. That was just talking.
Also,
that was just talking realistically.
Let us know what you are drinking. Hashtag One Beer Friday. You could win $50 in gift certificates to 505 Brewing in Fremont. Let us know what you're drinking with the hashtag One Beer Friday. More to come on 1620 The Zone.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620 The Zone.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Enjoy one last drop of summer before it's all gone. Join us at the Kroc Center for Rally Day. This family fun event will feature a live DJ, fireworks, fun activities and games, and much more. It's happening Friday, August 25th from 7 to 8:30 p.m. at the Kroc Center, 28th and Y Streets. Admission is free. All are welcome. Again, join us for Rally Day, Friday, August 25th from 7 to 8:30 p.m. For more details, go to omahakroc.org. That's omahakroc.org.
The savings are hotter than ever during the final weekend of the end of summer sale at 42 Degrees. Going on now at all locations. Save big time on Kratom, disposables, e-juice, and Delta. And a whole lot more with prices up to 50% off. And the friendliest, most knowledgeable, and professional staff who'll find just the right products for you. Check out 42degrees.com. The end of summer sale final weekend. Buy your mom's house.
Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Happy birthday to us. That's right. We're turning 50 this year, and we're celebrating with you. Introducing my new birthday cake streusel, topped with vanilla cake and crunchy streusel, a swirl of white icing, and showered with rainbow sprinkles. Paired with our classic combo, the one that started it all, and your favorite one-topping pizza. Happy birthday feast. Enjoy one today. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Shop amazing deals on mattresses during NFM's Labor Day sale. Get up to 55% off suggested retail on qualifying mattresses. Plus, get a free adjustable base and 2 free memory foam pillows with qualifying purchases. Right now, shop deals on Tempur-Pedic, A queen Tempur-Pedic is just $19.99. And ask about 72-month equal payment Tempur-Pedic financing on qualifying purchases. See store for details. Plus, express next-day delivery, only at NFM. Local metro areas, minimum monthly payments required. 18% APR. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Welcome to OmahaWeekendDeals.com, where each weekend we've discounted deals to some of your favorite businesses. This week's deal is to Papa Reno's Pizza in Plattsmouth, 542 Main Street. Get $50 in gift certificates for only $25 to Papa Reno's. Family-owned pizzeria with lunch and dinner buffet, along with delivery and takeout options. Papa Reno's Pizza of Plattsmouth. Check them out on Facebook and head to OmahaWeekendDeals.com to get yours.
The statements made regarding these products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. All information presented here is not meant as a substitute for or alternative to information from healthcare practitioners paid for by Labyrinth Labs.
Guys, throw away the magazines, toss out the books, turn off the so-called science programs. They all say you hit your potential in your 20s. Well, I say bull. I say take Maxiderm and prove them wrong. Yeah, sure, testosterone starts to drop off as you age. But with Maxiderm, you can recharge your testosterone, take back your power, and find unlimited potential whatever your age. Maxiderm's testosterone booster helps restore your stamina, recharge your energy, and reignite your fire. In the gym? Yeah. At the office? Absolutely. In the bedroom? You better believe it. Call now for a free supply of Maxiderm. That's right. Call today and get a free supply of Maxiderm Power Up Testosterone Booster with your order. Just call 1-800-430-9587. Call 1-800-430-9587 today for this free offer. 1-800-430-9587.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Jack, I think you're going to like this reference that we got from a couple of listeners, Husker Fast being one, and Zach emailing as well. They say, rule about not worrying about last year sounds similar to Tim Miles. Don't lay that crap on me.
The hexing and vexing bleep.
Yes. Yeah, he didn't
Then
like
he
that.
apologized to his mom for swearing.
Yeah, don't say S words, folks. KD writes in, and these are a couple tweets I want to read back to back. I guess, do you want the positive or the negative first?
Let's start with the negative.
Negative? All right, perfect. We'll read KD's then. My cousin is a Minnesota grad and season ticket holder. He guaranteed that they will cover next week and that they'll win 8 games minimum. Fleck is the real deal, and Nebraska is all hopes and dreams talking about the 90s. That's what his cousin said.
Row the boat.
That's what his cousin said.
They played last year, and yes, Nebraska lost, but
it was
not,
a loss.
I mean,
speaking of point spreads,
was that team something impressive? Have they completely
the
changed
2019
something?
team? I thought was very impressive.
Sure, some years they are,
not last
sometimes
year. Not
they're
last year.
not.
Along the lines of point spreads, Riley says, "Are you or Jack at all surprised that Minnesota is -7.5, and that 70% of the money is taking Minnesota?" Are you surprised?
Am I surprised on either of those? No, not really.
I think the number is good, and I'm probably not surprised at that at 70%, mainly because just Nebraska. I think a lot of bettors, are probably saying, why should I buy into Nebraska?
They were terrible last year. Their record was terrible last year. They're looking at the records. They're going through the things like how many starters are coming back and those sorts of things. They're going through who's on watch lists and those sorts of things. And Nebraska doesn't stack up on those things.
Yeah.
And so I'm not surprised by either of those. No, not really.
No,
not really.
It makes sense. It makes sense if
you're
you're
under. Do we have that yet?
Yeah, I can tell you that real fast as I go to FanDuel.com/1620. By the way,
it's gonna be pretty low, isn't it?
What do you want? You want to guess?
Man, I'm out of practice on guessing unders, but I would say it's in the 40s, right?
You are correct.
I don't know, 45, 46.
Wow, 44.5. Look at you. Look at Vegas
I guess
Jack
I'm not
over here.
out of practice.
Hello. So yeah, Nebraska +7.5. The total is 44.5.
I'll still go under on that.
Nebraska, you think so?
Yeah, I think
What kind of score are you thinking right now? Like 20-17?
Yeah. Yes.
20-17.
Yeah.
+230, by the way, Nebraska on the money line if you want to take the dog to win the game outright.
I have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I have no I mean I am openly saying that. I have no idea. And I'm going to offer predictions and I'm going to offer on my
We
show,
all will,
on
yeah.
this show,
Yeah.
I will, but the truth of the matter is I have no stinking idea, and you probably don't either. If you're being completely honest,
No,
with you. I'm saying that to everybody. Yeah.
I've said this a bunch over the last 9 months. The last few seasons, I'd say for me, starting in 2020, I felt like I had Nebraska football pegged. I thought not only did I know them, but I felt like I knew their tendencies and the way that they were going to play throughout the course of a season. Right now, I'm going in completely blind. I just do not know what to expect anymore, which is fun. It's going to make it more interesting.
Yeah, I don't. I don't know exactly what the players are in a lot of cases. I really just don't know. There are a few where I feel like I do. And I just don't know how much Matt Rule,
that's the question,
how much he impacts this team.
That's
and
the question.
How that manifests itself in wins and losses.
Yes.
How
does that show itself?
Like neither scenario would shock me.
Yeah.
In terms of his impact on the team.
There is going to be no doubt in my mind that next week something will happen good, positively for Nebraska. And he's going to get the credit. Whoa, that's a Matt Rule thing. And look, maybe it's going to be like this obvious like clock management situation or whatever. But there's going to be a moment that he is coaching them and we're going to give him all of the credit. And he will probably deserve a lot of it or maybe most of it or maybe some of it. But I feel like at various points next week and then definitely throughout the season where they're going to do something well and we're going to be like, that's the Matt Rule effect.
Especially if what happens, what we were talking about happens and they're behind and
they win,
score to win the game.
He is going to get
all
of the credit.
He's going to get
my gosh, the culture has already changed.
Which again, you point out, well, they didn't come back from behind against Iowa, but they overcame that moment against Iowa last time around.
Yeah, along those lines, we got a text from Chris in Montana. He says, I rewatched the Iowa game the other day. Not only did they hold them at the end after Johnson fumble, but also Newsome had 2 easy interceptions that he dropped that would have sealed it. We still won. I'm hoping that this has somehow broken the streak of unfortunate events. He puts those words in caps. We shall see.
I rewatched that Iowa game too because it's the last game that happened. So it's kind of the most close thing you can get. Yeah. Couple of things about that. Man, did Anthony Grant look rough in that game.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
You wonder how much of that has changed. And
you've been an Anthony Grant guy.
Eye
test. You call him eye test.
I mean, I've been an Anthony Grant nickname guy, and he looked really solid.
Anthony Grant nickname guy
at the beginning of his
eye test.
His
Anthony. I mean, why? Because he passed the eye test.
He did against North Dakota. That's
test.
what I said. I jumped on the bandwagon. I've jumped on the bandwagon a little too soon. Against North Dakota, he had a couple of highlight reel plays,
and against Northwestern, even he had a nice.
And against Northwestern, and I said we haven't had a guy where you can just have the eye test and say he's got it. And I said that he did. And he didn't really do a whole lot. Maybe one other game. He had one other good game last year.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. What else stood out to you?
Well, the other thing was just
Trey Palmer.
I mean, the Iowa quarterbacks were so horrendous.
They were not very good.
Some of the passes were just absolutely comical.
Yeah.
And then, I suppose Trey Palmer's and the defense and the defense, except for when they did have some breakdowns a little bit later, but like, remember how that O'Shawn Mathis finally became what you expected him to be in the last game of the year? He had some nice plays,
yeah.
Right.
And then he left.
Nelson was all over the place.
By the way, I found your tweet, September 3rd, 2022, 5:41 p.m. Jack Mitchell writes, guys, I know it's North Dakota who may still win this game. Wow, what a sentence. But Grant is showing me something I haven't seen from a running back via the eye test since I don't know when.
Which is true.
So I just quoted it, eye test Anthony. And then you tweeted on October 1st, eye test Anthony in all caps. Man,
which game was October 1st?
That was
Indiana?
That was probably Indiana. Yeah,
because he had one more good game. The rest.
That's
of the
right.
Year, essentially.
Yeah. It wasn't very good after the non-conference.
I watched that game. When I rewatched that game, I said, I don't know. I don't know what he's going to be doing this year.
Yeah,
and how much he'll be involved.
Oh, you did tweet 3 days ago. I test Anthony will be back. Oh, it's him running over a guy was that the Rutgers game? Wow.
Yeah. That's funny.
Did you see this? He murders this guy.
Oh, yeah. It's funny. You watch any like college football montage. They're all over YouTube right now.
Oh, you love the montages.
I love the preseason montages.
Montage Jack.
And every time Nebraska appears in one of them, it's one of like 4 Anthony Grant plays from last year.
Really? No Trey Palmer?
It's all Anthony Grant
Sad.
from what I've seen, which the biggest one is that Rutgers one when he runs over the guy.
He killed
and then it was one of the North Dakota runs. And the Northwestern runs. And then there's another player, too, that's in there that he had
one of the Iowa plays, but it's a highlight for Iowa.
He was kind of the highlight guy last year. So I don't know. Long way. It goes back to this whole running back discussion that we've had, though. And I don't personally feel confident in any. I feel most confident in Ramir Johnson at this point, to be
Which
honest.
is crazy, yeah. But I know there are people with you there too.
Yeah, and you watch that Iowa game. He had the fumble.
He had the fumble.
but
he did look better before that.
He also looked like a different world than Anthony Grant when he came in.
Yeah,
and had a change of pace.
He definitely did.
Why the heck did he not play last year?
Speaking of a change in pace, when we return, Kent Walgamont will stop by. We'll talk about the jerk in El Kent's Movie Club, brought to you by Peerless Energy Systems.
Peerless.
Also, we will get Kent's prediction on Nebraska's season. He will be the first person to put it on the record. What will Nebraska's record be?
Get the eggs.
In 2023. We
Exciting.
find out from Kent when we return. We'll also talk about the jerk. We'll get Nick's pick for 2 weeks from now as well. Jack Mitchell in today for John Bishop. I am Josh Peterson. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center, several crashes to avoid this afternoon. We've got a wreck on southbound 680 at Center with traffic stopped all the way back from Pacific. A wreck on the exit ramp from 680 to I-80. A crash on eastbound I-80 at 680, blocking the two right lanes. And a wreck on I-80 at 126th, causing delays for eastbound and westbound commuters. Traffic is basically a standstill on eastbound I-80 from 144th to 680, and a wreck on the northbound JFK between Q Street and L Street. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Signworks.
Since 1935, businesses all around Omaha have trusted one sign company with their visual branding, Signworks. We design, manufacture, and install signs of all kinds, including high-tech message centers like the new installation at Steelhouse Omaha. We can make your sign too. Signworksomaha.com.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you can sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
It's obvious. We're being let down by the institutions we used to trust. The mainstream media are distracting us with meaningless headlines instead of focusing on the real concerns of American families. Countries we're at odds with are hoarding food, financial systems are strained, and supply chains remain too fragile. We can tell something is coming, so we're preparing. Folks are getting into self-reliance and investing in emergency food storage. And My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, makes it easy for you to have peace of mind knowing you're prepared. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and secure some emergency food kits. There's a dozen to choose from that contain tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging 2,000 calories per day. Get at least one food kit for each family member. And while you're there, stock up on water filtration, heirloom seeds, and emergency gear, too, at mypatriotsupply.com. It's time to prepare today. Go to mypatriotsupply.com. mypatriotsupply.com.
Attention all you Husker football fans. This season, get ready to cheer on your Huskers like never before. Tickets for Less is offering an exclusive deal that'll have you jumping out of your seat. Use the promo code THEZONE and save big on Husker tickets for every game, home and away. From the electrifying home opener to intense conference matchups, Tickets for Less has you covered. Don't miss a single moment of the gridiron action. Visit ticketsforless.com today. Use promo code THEZONE and secure your seat to witness the Huskers live on the field this season. Hurry, this offer won't last forever.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
August 25th at McDonald's is Big Red Friday, when you'll score a limited edition Husker flag for $5 with proceeds benefiting your local Ronald McDonald House. And what exactly should a Husker fan like you do with a limited edition Husker flag? Attach it to your cornhead hat and wave your head around. Drape it over the giant M structure you installed in your yard. Place it in the hand of the Herbie Husker statue on your roof, or fly it from the van you just converted into a corncob party bus. Oh, the decisions. Husker flags, Friday, August 25th at participating McDonald's. Flies last.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission: to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club.
It is time for another edition of Elkent's Movie Club, brought to you by Peerless Energy Systems. We welcome Kent to the show right now from the Lincoln Journal-Star. Hello, Kent.
Hello, gentlemen. Hello, Mr. Mitchell.
Hello, Kent. Good to see you.
How are you today, Kent?
I'm doing well. I am enjoying a day not in the office.
Good. And you're about to go on vacation.
Yeah, after Tuesday night, Zach Bryan plays at the 10th anniversary concert at the arena here. That will be my 13th concert since the 27th of July, and there was a performance of Hamilton in there. So I have the rest of that week off, and then of course Memorial Day. I don't even know when it is. Labor Day is Monday, so I actually have some time off.
How many of those concerts were outside in 110-degree temperatures?
3.
Oh, God, that is gross.
Lovely.
Well, good. Some well-deserved time off for you, Kent. That will be really
I literally drank a half a gallon of water at the Lindsey Sterling show on Monday night.
I was at Pink that night in Omaha, so I was doing the same.
How bad did the concourse smell? That picture.
I saw your picture.
You saw the picture. It was body to body, and every single person.
Oh.
That was when you first arrived. So the first openers were on the stage, and that concourse, you couldn't even move. And every single person had just sweat stains
everywhere
already.
Oh,
it was a gross
Did it make you miss the COVID times? Like, hey, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't be here tonight.
You're right.
Let's just go home.
Social distancing and being inside sounded very nice.
Oh, absolutely disgusting. All right, let's talk about The Jerk. So it's funny, Kent. Jack just asked why in the world did you pick this movie? And I told him, when I do movies, I always try to find something that I've never seen before, that I've usually heard are really good movies, whether it's funny or dramatic or whatever. And when I was scrolling through Netflix last week, this was a movie that I'd never seen before. Stars Steve Martin, 1979, tells the story. So I didn't really know a whole lot going in. I'll be honest, Kent. I thought that his character was going to be more of a jerk. I didn't really find him that much of a jerk throughout it. And so I don't know, the title I feel like doesn't explain the movie very well at all. And I felt like it was kind of like a left turn when I started. And it's like, oh, he's an idiot, but he seems like a pretty nice. Yeah, he's a nice. You know what I thought it was, Kent? I wrote down last night. It's like an R-rated version of Elf, where the Will Ferrell character is he goes into this new place and has to deal with these adventures. This is just a movie a little darker at times, but kind of the same type of character, if you will.
Yeah, and I can explain you the title. The movie was written by Steve Martin and a couple other writers. But then they brought in the great Carl Reiner to direct. Okay.
Mhm.
And he and Martin were talking about it, and they were talking about The Idiot, the Dostoevsky novel, right? And so they used The Idiot and said, well, we really can't call this movie The Idiot, so let's call it The Jerk.
Okay.
So you were right on it when you said he's an idiot. It was but that's why they called it that. And what this movie really was, in one sense, is in its time. This was right when Steve Martin was breaking out, right? Becoming the huge comedy star. And a lot of these things were variations on some of his stand-up skits, characters, whatever you want to call it, that they kind of mashed together and then tried to make a little storyline with it, which doesn't altogether work all the time, but that's where it comes from. That's what it's rooted in. And, clearly that's going to be the case because he wrote the thing, right? I mean, that's what he was doing at the time. And it's, you guys aren't old enough to remember this, but he was the first guy that really broke out of Saturday Night Live. And he had, the Wild and Crazy Guys thing, and the arrow through the head and all of that. And he was making, I believe there was an HBO special. He had some kind of televised stand-up thing, which was like unheard of at that time. It wasn't like every comedian in the world had 10 stand-up things out there. That was really rare. And so he was hotter than hot. And they just happened to have made this movie right before and during the early part of that. So when it came out, it had this big built-in audience, and people knew the kind of humor they were going to get out of it.
It's interesting. I didn't see this movie this week, but I saw it a lot when I was growing up, partially because I swear this movie was on KPTM Fox 42 like half of the Saturdays of my life. It was on all the time on Saturday afternoons, it seemed like. I don't know if you remember that, Kent, but it was always
absolutely. Absolutely. It was always on. And I didn't remember the channel, but as soon as you said it, like, yep.
They had this Saturday, I don't know if it was locally or nationally they picked the movie, but I felt like it was on really frequently on Saturday afternoons. And so I watched it when I was probably like a tween or a teenager. But what's interesting to me now when I go back and see some of the clips from it is that like the era I was in then, the late 80s, that was when Steve Martin was in Parenthood and he was in Father of the Bride and even Plane, Trains, and Automobiles. And he's basically playing the straight guy basically in all of those movies. And it's weird. In my generation and seeing the time I saw from him, I don't remember him dancing around and being crazy like he was in his stand-up act, right, with the hair through his head and through what happened in this movie as well.
Yeah, absolutely right on. I mean, that was a change. He became more of a, what do you want to say, movie star type actor. And he also, he wrote some of those things and if you look, you go down and you get to the point where he did like that Shop Girl movie. You couldn't be much farther from The Jerk to that movie, right? So I think that's part of why this movie feels of its time and not something that you're going to watch today and go, wow. And, frankly, this movie would not be made today, period. End of story. Can you imagine going to Disney with the concept of, okay, here's this guy who said, I was born a poor black child, and starts with the completely stereotypical sharecropper shack guys playing. It's like, no.
Yeah, it's funny, Kate. You mentioned a couple of minutes ago Planes, Trains, or maybe you mentioned it, Jack. But we did that at some point last year.
Last Thanksgiving.
We did it for Thanksgiving.
The rental car lady was right.
And no, she was not. And that movie, I feel like, has aged very well. I mean, obviously, it's of its time in terms of no cell phones and all these things, but I think that makes it more enjoyable. Obviously, this movie is of its time in not even just what you referenced, Kent, because I think that, movies with racial humor from that era are always going to age in a certain way, but even just like I laughed a few times, but I was expecting it to be funnier than it was. And look, maybe that's again on me for not really knowing what this was about at all going in. Like Jack was just watching the trailer during the commercial break, and I thought that gave a much better representation of what the movie was than I guess what I imagined it to be. But I do wonder, again, if I put too much emphasis on the title, The Jerk, and that was my takeaway more than anything else.
That might be, but watching it, okay, I remember watching it in the 79 or whatever when it came out.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then, as Jack pointed out, you couldn't miss it for about a decade. And then they put out a 20th anniversary edition of it on DVD that I got in the mail. And I remember watching that going, this thing isn't as funny in the uncut version, because on KPTM it was obviously the edited version.
Yeah.
This thing isn't as funny as I thought, as I remembered it being. And then watching it yesterday, I was like, this thing it just hasn't aged. That humor just is not, just didn't, or at least didn't connect with me. Now, some of the lines that have been around forever and are really, yes. and to me, the one that I always remembered and always used was the phone book. I am somebody.
Yeah, it was like, that was funny. I thought that the glasses bit, I thought that was very, very funny. Whether it's like when he first invented them or later on when they came back, I thought that stuff was funny.
I like the bit with the dog, what he named his dog, just because it was kind of funny.
Great point, Nick. I thought that was funny too. But yeah, like even Kent, when we watch, like a movie like An Airplane, that very specific style of humor. Sometimes I think those movies are hilarious. And then we did one, I think, Life of Brian or History of the World, whatever we did for Movie Club. And that one didn't land very well to me, but I just didn't think the jokes were that funny. This one, the sense of humor, I don't know. It's almost like it's caught between eras of kind of what it was and what
it was like
humor will become.
Slapstick and sometimes dry.
Yeah.
But they weren't doing a good job selling the dry humor.
And that was Steve Martin of that era.
Of that era, yeah.
That combination. As to the name of the dog, I will confess that we had a cat of that era, and it got that name.
Or like another bit that I got, or joke, when he's doing the train and then that girl's looking for that kid she's babysitting, and like her delivery of that line's like, oh, he's wearing a shirt that says this.
Mm-hmm.
Like her straight delivery of that was genuinely really funny.
Mm-hmm.
But said this movie just didn't seem like it knew what it wanted to be humor-wise, which, I mean, I guess that's Steve Martin's humor, but...
And like what Kent said, where it's just kind of him writing it and kind of combining all of these different ideas.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's I wouldn't say, Kent, it's like a movie full of vignettes, because we've watched those types of movies too. It's not that exactly, but it's almost like a cousin of that type of film.
I think that system has gotten refined later on.
Definitely.
It absolutely is, and part of the reason that it feels like it's so, I don't know what you want to call it, like episodic, is that there's very little development of this character, right?
Correct.
If you think about
it,
there's no depth to it. It's about this thin, and so it's joke, gag, but no depth to it, and nothing that tells you where that comedy is really coming from on a deeper level, which is what makes, in my view at least, comedies last.
Yeah,
right.
Come out of more than just the gag.
I think from what I recall, the scenes I remember about this movie were all of the Steve Martin bits that I thought they really made his character funny, which was getting excited about the phone books. That's the one thing and then when the gunman is shooting all the oil cans.
That when he shows up, what does he say? Like, that normal guy who's doing that was hilarious. Like, that was an active, like a funny line.
That seems like something that could be, and I think you should leave. Genuinely.
Yes. I want
to kill this normal human being.
I thought they did. I thought like that character stuff held up for him.
Yeah.
But then there's a whole bit at the end, like the cross-eyed guys at the end, and like I'm like, oh brother.
The cross-eyed guy is Carl Reiner.
Oh really?
Oh,
yeah, that's the director. This was an entire $4 million budget.
Oh,
So
it looks like it too.
It looks like it. And so when you get down to the end and they have to film that scene and they need somebody to do it, and Carl Reiner's like, I can do it for nothing, right?
Literally nothing. I like this too from Jordan because it was something that I thought of when I put the movie on last night. Has Steve Martin ever not had gray or white hair?
Yeah, I've seen clips of him from SNL still with the white hair.
Yes.
It's like, what?
And he was in his 30s when this came out.
Yeah. No, he's always had gray/white hair as long as I remember.
Yeah. And he's got a full head still.
Yeah. I saw him back in the early Saturday Night Live days. So if he had it before that, black or whatever hair before that,
yeah,
it would have been before, like, when does Saturday Night Live come on? 75?
Something like that.
Yeah, mid 70s, somewhere in there. Yeah.
This might be a dumb complaint given the type of movie it is, but I feel like Steve Martin's character it was a very fluid character. He didn't act, it was acted out of character, I thought, a few times.
Yeah.
Like, there were some times where he was like very dumb and kind of idiotic, village idiot-esque. But then there were other times, like when he was talking with the two women he was kind of conflicting with. And then he would come up with like these excuses on the spot. But it's like, well, this character isn't supposed to have this kind of experience leading on two women at the same time. Why are you coming up with things like... And I get that that's kind of a dumb argument for a comedy movie like this. But even in like Dumb and Dumber, those characters are consistent.
Consistently dumb.
Right. They're consistently dumb. I felt like
they don't do anything out of character.
Right. There was just little things here and there that seemed so out of character for this, and it took me out of the movie.
You're right on with that. And you're right on with Dumb and Dumber, having interviewed people that were involved with that movie. That was all part of it, is you cannot lose that consistent stupidity, right? You can't make them smart ever.
Yeah. Anything else on The Jerk from anyone else?
It's a movie that exists. I had some fun bits.
Yeah.
The gunman part was probably my favorite one just because that's a ridiculous situation. That's a funny skit.
Yeah, I thought that was a very funny moment of the movie. Very funny. Also, I did, and this is very low level humor, but the 250 big ones. Like, I thought that was funny because it was pretty obvious from the way that the guy had said it. Oh, he's about to get $250,000. And then he didn't realize it when he went to the bank. I was a little surprised, Kent, when that scene happened. I thought he was going to get robbed. I thought that the bank teller, just given how he had been speaking to him, I was like, is something going to happen here where he loses a lot of his money? And he did lose his money, just in a different way at the end of the movie. Not so in that exact moment. So,
and that to me is how they just tried to string this all together and make it into a movie. Does that make sense?
Yep, absolutely.
It's interesting in Steve Martin's filmography. Like, I don't recognize, I don't remember, and as a child, I remember The Jerk growing up, but then like the next 5 years, 6 years of his movies, I don't remember anything until you got to Three Amigos, Little Shop of Horrors, Roxanne's, Plane, Trains, and Automobiles. Like 1980 to 1985 is all stuff I don't know. Pennies from Heaven, Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid, The Man with Two Brains, Lonely Guy, All of Me. Then he had things you've heard of straight all the way through the 90s till you get through the Father of the Bride stuff. So it's kind of an interesting career trajectory for him after this movie.
Yeah, that Pennies from Heaven did pretty well, and so did The Lonely Guy. Those are pretty good movies, but they weren't, they're kind of funny, but they're not this kind of funny, or Three Amigos kind of funny.
That one I remember.
And I don't know, I know you don't probably have Hulu, but he's doing very, very good work on Only Murders at the Building.
I still need to keep. I need to watch. It's been on my watch list.
He is
and he is one of the great banjo players of our time.
He is legitimately
What?
great. Yeah, no,
Really?
he's great at
Yeah,
banjo.
he's won Grammys.
He's so good at
Wow,
it.
good for him. Wow, good for him.
Watch him play banjo sometime on YouTube. It's
Okay,
entertaining.
I'll have to check that out.
He's
All
so
right.
good.
Well, that was The Jerk. As we mentioned earlier, Kent will not be here next week, so we'll get his Husker predictions in just a moment. But first, Nick, what are we watching for 2 weeks from now? And we will watch this and discuss it the day before the Colorado game on September the 8th.
We will, which is why I'm not going to pick a super long movie.
Okay.
Just so, we're busy. But Bo Burnham, he made a movie a couple years ago called 8th Grade. That is
I've never
really
seen
good.
this movie.
It's
Okay.
on Max.
Okay.
I've seen it once around the time it came out, and I think it would be a really good one to talk about. On
I
Movie
think
Club.
this movie, Severe watched this and he was like, no, thank you. Not because it was more about just like thinking of children and being in 8th grade and all the stress of an 8th grader. So cool. We'll watch that.
That's a pretty good movie, as I remember.
All right. Watch it on Max, and we will do that in a couple weeks for the movie club. All right, Kent. We will need, first of all, your season prediction. We're asking for this from you a week and a day, or no, not even a week because it's next Thursday.
6 days.
Yeah. So I guess we would have had to ask Kent regardless because we would have talked to him next Friday.
True.
Yeah. What will Nebraska's record be this season, Kent?
Let's put it this way: optimistically 6-6. I think they'll win the 3 non-conference games, and there's a 4-game stretch in October and November where they play Northwestern, Maryland, and who else do they play? Purdue at home and Michigan State on the road. I could see them winning 3 of those 4 games, and they've always got a shot to beat Iowa.
Oh yeah,
because
for sure.
Iowa is Iowa.
Yeah, all the games the last 5-6 years have been close. All of them.
So I think between those sort of 5 games, they can win 3 of those. That gets you to 6-6.
Okay. So you said that's optimistic. Are you being optimistic then on the season?
Yeah, I think 6 wins and getting to a bowl game, that's probably about what you could hope for given the ashes from which they have to rise.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So that is the season. What are you expecting next Thursday versus Minnesota?
I'm going to say, I haven't actually written this down yet, but I'll get trapped into that sometime before I leave next week. I'm going to say Minnesota 24, Nebraska 17. But it wouldn't surprise me to be even lower scoring than that. And it wouldn't surprise me entirely that Nebraska could win something like 17-14. I don't think Minnesota's going to be what it has been in the last couple years. He's finally run out of the kids that he brought with him and so we'll see.
Okay, so Kent says 24-17 Minnesota. What does Evil Kent say? That would be crazy. Can you imagine if Nebraska beat Minnesota 52-38?
Can you imagine either one of these teams scoring that much?
I'm trying to figure out how 52-38 would even unfold.
They're not in the Big Ten. That's how.
Just interceptions galore, right? Yes. A ton of turnovers.
Yes.
That is a ridiculous score for pretty much any game, but for this one,
yeah. I feel like Evil Kent is going to be wrong all year long. I feel very confident and say, put it on the list. Evil Kent
the eggs.
Is not going to do very well with predictions this season. 52-38 Nebraska, says Evil Kent. Well, Kent, hope that you enjoy the much-earned time off. As always, we appreciate your time on Fridays. Thanks for reviewing The Jerk with us, and we'll talk to you in 2 weeks for 8th grade.
See you in a couple weeks.
All righty. That is Kent Wagamon and El Kent's Movie Club, brought to you by Peerless Energy Systems. We have Jeff Colhane coming up in a few minutes. We'll talk about the Florida State.
Oh, it's Jeff Colhane?
Yeah. I thought you were going to have a reaction earlier, and you didn't. I was like,
I just saw we were doing some Florida State guy. Oh, my gosh. All right.
So
you're welcome.
Yeah,
I know Jeff.
I
know Jeff. That's great. All
we'll
right,
have Jeff Colhane coming up at the bottom of the hour. We'll talk about the Florida State Seminoles in a few minutes. It's also a One Beer Friday brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. That is coming up momentarily for us, but let us know what you are drinking. Hashtag One Beer Friday, and you could win a $50 gift certificate to 505 Brewing Company located in Fremont. Just tweet at us, hashtag One Beer Friday. We'll be enjoying some tasty beverages momentarily. More to come with Jack Mitchell here on 1620 The Zone. Hey, everyone. Josh Peterson for my friends at Kugler Vision. Man, I have been thinking so much lately about going to games, about sitting up high sometimes and being able to see all of the action on the football field. You could see better by next weekend. What do? You say, Josh, that sounds incredible. The football season is here next weekend. Well, give them a call today at 402-558-2211 or Schedule a consultation on their website at KuglerVision.com. Easy, affordable monthly payment options. You can get your vision fixed, and you can still pay for those road trips throughout the football season. And it is so quick. It is so convenient for you as well, whether it's the appointment availability, whether it is the advanced technology, or the speedy recovery time. Fast, effective results across the boards. Go see my friends at Kugler Vision by giving them a call at 402-558-2211 or finding them online at KuglerVision.com.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
The best programs that have the best bond between players, the way you recruited that kid when he was a junior or senior in high school, and the way you treated him and got to know him is the same when he gets on campus, and he's not just a number. Exactly. He's still that same person that you were in mama's front room eating dinner and trying to woo mom and dad or whoever that they could trust you with their son. You develop about a 6-year relationship and then hopefully a relationship for life as a coach.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10. On 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Your Friday evening forecast will include partly cloudy skies with isolated chances of showers and thunderstorms, about a 20% chance coverage wide. For tonight, partly cloudy conditions with on and off sprinkles with a morning low of 67 degrees. Much cooler for your Saturday with partly cloudy skies, morning sprinkles possible by the afternoon, clearing with a high of 82. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KTV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center, a crash still has the left shoulder blocked on eastbound 680 between I-80 and Center. A crash has the left shoulder blocked on I-80 eastbound and I-80 westbound at Giles. Keep right through that area. We've got a wreck blocking the right shoulder on eastbound I-80 at 13th. A crash has the 2 right lanes blocked on the northbound JFK between Q and L Street with stop-and-go traffic from Chandler. And then a crash has the right lane blocked on westbound Leavenworth at 42nd. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Luss Hills Harley-Davidson.
It doesn't matter if you live in Iowa, Nebraska, 10 miles away, or 200. There's only one place to go for all your Harley-Davidson parts and service, general merchandise, new and used motorcycles. Luss Hills Harley-Davidson. Rise up and ride on.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro, dentistry for the entire family.
Duck Defense Midwest makes your home healthier and improves the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com for a special duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. That's cleanairradio.com.
Welcome to OmahaWeekendDeals.com, where each weekend we've discounted deals to some of your favorite businesses. This week's deal is to Papa Reno's Pizza in Plattsmouth, 542 Main Street. Get $50 in gift certificates for only $25 to Papa Reno's. Family-owned pizzeria with lunch and dinner buffet, along with delivery and takeout options. Papa Reno's Pizza of Plattsmouth. Check them out on Facebook and head to OmahaWeekendDeals.com to get yours.
School on! Save on!
Back to school is on, and Staples has great prices on everything you need for your best year yet. Save on notebooks, save on headphones and laptops, save on pens, markers, and all the essentials. And right now at Staples, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are only 50 cents each. Plus, select notebooks are just 35 cents each. School on, save on at Staples, where school savings are always in session. Ends 8/26. In-store only. Limit 30.
August 25th at McDonald's is Big Red Friday, when you'll score a limited edition Husker flag for $5 with proceeds benefiting your local Ronald McDonald House. And what exactly should a Husker fan like you do with a limited edition Husker flag? Attach it to your cornhead hat and wave your head around. Drape it over the giant M structure you installed in your yard. Place it in the hand of the Herbie Husker statue on your roof, or fly it from the van you just converted into a corn cob party bus. Oh, the decisions. Husker flags, Friday, August 25th at participating McDonald's while supplies last.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees. It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
I'm not going to lie, it turned me on a little.
On 1620 The Zone.
Josh Peterson and Jack Mitchell with you alongside Nick Grimm. It is a One Beer Friday on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. A reminder that it is Red Out Week as we get ready for the season, which will kick off in earnest on Thursday night. It is now this Thursday. It is no longer next Thursday. It is no longer 2 Thursdays from now. No, it is this Thursday.
Thank goodness.
Thank goodness indeed. And Red Out Week is presented all week long by Union Bank and Trust. We will have great coverage all throughout next week. And Jack made fun of us for this earlier. I don't understand why. We'll be on until 7 o'clock on Thursday.
It's an extra hour.
It's an extra. I wasn't complaining. I was saying this is great. We're going to be on for an extra hour.
That's good. Really weird right up to the game.
The 3-hour a day guy over
here.
Yeah, jeez.
3-hour Jack. That's what I'm going to call you now.
Also, I'm doing stuff with you that morning too, so I'm doing 8 hours that day.
Yeah,
Jeez.
8-hour radio
Wow.
boy.
Look at I'm doing 7 hours today.
Yeah,
All right,
that's still one less than me.
That's
So
true.
one less than me. Ray tweets in, I'm afraid to listen. The small part I heard the other day was so cringy, and it's the title of podcast episode segment 5 today. Thick, solid, fast studs.
Yeah.
You remember that segment, Jack?
Yes.
You guys were talking about thick, solid, fast.
We
stuff,
weren't. We had it brought up to us.
but then you were talking about it.
Yes, that's true.
Some
think that's what Minnesota is.
The stud boys. What are you most excited about tomorrow? What most piques your... Wow, this is great. I didn't even know that you had that page open. And I look over, and the greatest website of all time is opened on Jack's computer,
LSUfootball.net/tvschedule.htm.
Oh, it's the best website ever, folks. What are you excited about most?
I don't know. I'm just taking a look at it now. I have such PTSD from Dublin. I don't know if I'm that excited about.
Are you worried? Like, what if Navy wins?
I'm not that excited about that.
I just saw Jason Garrett's going to be on the call with a friend of me, Noah Eagle. So that's a bummer for Noah.
How about 8 o'clock? A little scouting action on Louisiana Tech at 8 o'clock on CBS Sports
nice.
Network.
Yeah, a little
future Nebraska opponent.
A little
maybe.
La Tech after dark.
I'm excited to see how Vanderbilt's progress on their stadium is going when they host Hawaii at 6:30 tomorrow.
That will
night.
be a thing. They'll probably show some stuff.
That will be interesting. UMass versus New Mexico State is an all-time sickos game. There's no doubt about that.
I can't.
At 6 p.m.
I know I said this earlier. Maybe it was yesterday. The fact that UMass New Mexico State is on ESPN. Meanwhile, top 10 reigning Heisman Trophy winner USC is on the Pac-12 network in its dying days. It's just, I mean, honestly, it's why the Pac-12 is dead. Why is Caleb Williams? You're not even going to get a chance to watch Caleb Williams play.
I think I get Pac-12 network. I discovered on, and others may be able to get this too if they don't have it. I think I looked once at my Roku. Has an app that's just like live TV. Roku has an app within it that is like
I know of that
it's
app.
like its own cable system.
Yeah, it's like Roku TV.
Yeah, and it's got bazillions.
And it's free, but yeah, it's like
got bazillions.
news in
There's a
Orlando.
lot. My dad has that.
Yeah, it's weird.
I'm pretty sure it's got Pac-12 network.
It's
somehow that they got on.
So you might get to watch a little Caleb Williams.
Another great instance of the Pac-12 doing a great job in all portions of their job.
God, that is so wild.
With that. So those are probably it. I see.
It's such a bummer that there's not an 11 a.m. game tomorrow.
Yeah, that's
like
1:30.
like game day
You're
is going to
right.
finish, and I know you're a big game day guy.
Is it even on?
Yeah, they're
tomorrow?
doing a
Are they
show.
doing it?
I think they're doing it from like Bristol, or maybe I
Okay.
don't know. But yeah, they're going to end at 11, and then there's not going to be a game until 1:30.
Ohio at San Diego State is kind of like a sneaky good group of 5 game.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, that is what the potential MAC champion, and San Diego State's always really solid in the Mountain West.
You know how like March Madness sometimes, or really NFL Sundays, they'll have like these cluster of games, and we're like, whoa, spread this out a little bit. Give us something this schedule's the epitome of why didn't they spread these games out more?
Yeah,
you
you're
have
right.
7 games that kick off at between 6 and 8 o'clock, but only 3 in the early window, and there's really not a whole lot of overlap.
It's like that second weekend of the March Madness on
the Saturday,
where it's like
it
11 a.m.
sucks.
game, a single 11 a.m. game, a single 2 o'clock game, a single 4:30 game, and then there's games at 5, 5:30, 6:15, 6:45.
Great comparison. That's exactly what this looks like.
Thank
you.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And then it looks that's it. That's pretty much it. We didn't mention Jackson State at SC State. That's 1AA.
Yeah.
That's on. Wait, that's on. Oh, that's the Celebration Bowl.
Yes,
that's why.
That's then
on ABC. That's on ABC.
Mercer, Northern Alabama, the Crampton Bowl.
Well, that one's a little interesting because North Alabama's quarterback's from Lincoln.
Who is it?
Noah Walters from
Oh,
East. From
yeah.
East 2 years ago.
Okay.
Remember he lost out to Zane Flores for the Super State Quarterback of the Year in the World.
But now
Herald.
he's playing week 0 on ESPN. So who was the winner in that battle, really? And then UTEP Jacksonville State was the only other one that we missed on CBS Sports.
I got nothing to say about that one.
A+ weekend of college football. Screw you, John.
Whatever.
Screw you, John.
He's downplaying. It's fine. It's going to be games. That's all we need right now is some games.
We want some games
that are being on. I even saw last night there were some. There was a FCS game on. I believe that there were people tweeting about, like the Sickos committee was tweeting about.
Last night there was.
Last night on Thursday night.
I always figure when they're tweeting about random stuff, it's like the CFL.
No, I know. I don't.
They tweet.
It was a college. It was an actual college game.
Okay,
but I mean Thursday. And then I'm bummed on Thursday night because there's other good games. There's Florida Utah on Thursday night.
That's the biggest bummer is that Florida Utah is at the exact same
because there's
time.
so few good games next Saturday, that that would probably be the best game on Saturday. I would think,
dude. That would be if that was a Saturday game, maybe a Saturday night game.
And again,
on ABC.
Florida is in my groups of teams I really want to watch this year because Graham Mertz is their quarterback.
Dude, I heard somebody.
All the Big Ten quarterbacks going down to the SEC. That's just bizarre.
I heard somebody ask a question this week: Is Florida going to be worse than Vanderbilt in the SEC East? And I said, wow, have things gotten that bad? Like, I know that they're maybe going to miss a bowl game again under Billy Napier, and he could get fired. If they finish behind Vandy, though,
but they're going to try and be the Wisconsin of the South.
Dude, that's not going to work out very well for them. It's not
the old Wisconsin of the South, not
the cool new hip Wisconsin. But hey, look at us, we pass now.
Colorado TCU will obviously be very interesting. So you'll have that. That'll be good. You got some Big Ten teams. You'll want to see what they can do with Utah State playing Iowa, Buffalo, Wisconsin, just to see those teams for the first time. So that's all right. But it is probably the weakest week 1 schedule that I can ever remember.
Dude, I think you're right. This is, I would say, of the week 1s that I can remember over the last few years, not counting COVID, this is the least enticing. I will say this, the Sunday night game between LSU and Florida State, and we're going to talk about that with Jeff Colhane in just a moment. That is awesome. Couple of top 10 teams, couple of playoff contenders, and maybe a dark horse national championship team in Florida State.
The only thing about that game is it happened last year, and it was a crazy game, as you recall. It meant nothing about those teams as the year went on later.
No.
Like we learned that was the most.
It was so ugly.
Yeah, it was just ugly, and it gave. We were trying to take conclusions from it after it was over, and none of them ended up being kind of the case.
That game, yeah. I mean, look, it was football for sure. Legally, we were obligated to call it football. That was an ugly football game, and both teams got a lot better as the season went along. And if they would have gotten to play it like the end of the season, that game would have been inherently more interesting.
Oh, Josh, let me give you a game. Just give you a game and a time that is amazing.
Okay,
Sunday, September 3rd.
Oh, I know.
11 a.m.
Oh, tell
on
me more.
CBS,
dude.
Northwestern at Rutgers.
The first Big Ten game under the new contract on CBS. Da, 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 da. Dude, how bad is that?
On a Sunday morning.
Yeah.
That's your first. That's going to be a trivia question sometime down the road. The first Big Ten game. It was on Sunday against Northwestern and Rutgers. Watch Northwestern go in and win that game.
It's gonna be so funny.
Start 1-0 for the second year in a row.
We're doing like a family. It's a wedding reception for my youngest brother and his wife who got married last month, and so we're doing it that Sunday, and so that'll be on as we're like preparing my parents' house or whatever. Oh no, we're going somewhere else. Either way, it's going to be on. Background noise. What a terrible football game, and I cannot wait to watch it.
Yes.
Not terrible football game though is what we just mentioned. LSU and Florida State. That will be a week from Sunday at 6:30 in Orlando. Jeff Colhane, the voice of the Noles, will join us when we return. We'll talk about that game. We'll talk about Florida State in general. And I imagine we'll tell some stories because he used to be a part of the Husker Sports Network. So we'll do that when we return. Josh Peterson and Jack Mitchell with you on this One Beer Friday here on 1620 The Zone.
1620 The Zone's Red Out Week. Presented by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people.
Get into the Mazda CX-30 at Woodhouse Mazda. You'll enjoy a spacious interior and versatile cargo space, user-friendly infotainment system with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto integration. It also comes with standard iActive all-wheel drive that helps maintain great traction, plus several trim options that lets you get the Mazda you want with features you want. Shop during the Season of Discovery event at Woodhouse Mazda in Bellevue or Woodhouse Place Mazda off 144th and Giles Road. Woodhouse Mazda, a drive worth experiencing.
Let It Fly Sports Bar is your elevated sports bar experience. Located in the Capital District in downtown Omaha, experience Let It Fly's unique brand of hospitality with 2 floors, 2 bars, 2 expansive outdoor patios, and an in-house podcast studio with live broadcasts of the Let It Fly show, hosted by me, Michael Severe, and Josh Jones. Host your next watch party, private event, or date night right here at Let It Fly Sports Bar. Now open.
Happy birthday to us. That's right. We're turning 50 this year, and we're celebrating with you. Introducing my new birthday cake streusel, topped with vanilla cake and crunchy streusel, a swirl of white icing, and showered with rainbow sprinkles. Paired with our classic combo, the one that started it all, and your favorite one-topping pizza. Happy birthday feast. Enjoy one today. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
The savings are hotter than ever during the final weekend of the end of summer sale at 42 Degrees. Going on now at all locations. Save big time on Kratom, disposables, e-juice, and Delta. And a whole lot more with prices up to 50% off. And the friendliest, most knowledgeable, and professional staff who'll find just the right products for you. Check out 42degrees.com. The end of summer sale final weekend. Buy your mom's house.
This product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
What if I told you there was a way to step into another gear for your brain and be much sharper, more focused, and improve your memory to a level that you could only dream about and notice these results in 30 minutes? Hard to believe? Neuroscientists are calling this new brain discovery the biggest advancement in brain science to date. It's called Limitless, the brain pill of the future. Take it, and within 30 minutes, you'll transport your mind to a new level of focus and clarity you would have never thought possible.
I took Limitless and it started working in minutes. All of a sudden, it felt like a dark cloud had been lifted up right before my eyes. I have a mental clarity I've never felt before.
Biz execs, athletes, teachers, and students are calling Limitless a secret weapon for the brain. You have nothing to lose, so call now and find out how to get a free bottle today.
To find out how to get your free bottle of Limitless, call 800-605-1691. That's 800-605-1691. Get your free bottle for a limited time. Call now, 800-605-1691, 800-605-1691.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here to talk about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked or uneven concrete, Everlevel can do it all with their complete repair solutions. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, and protect the surface, all at a fraction of the price compared to replacement. And better yet, they offer long-term transferable warranties. I'm so glad I chose Everlevel for my driveway. Give them a call for your free inspection. That's Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel. Try saying that 3 times fast.
Shop amazing deals on mattresses during NFM's Labor Day sale. Get up to 55% off suggested retail on qualifying mattresses. Plus, get a free adjustable base and 2 free memory foam pillows with qualifying purchases. Right now, shop deals on Tempur-Pedic. A queen Tempur-Pedic is just $19.99. And ask about 72-month equal payment Tempur-Pedic financing on qualifying purchases. See store for details. Plus, express next day delivery. Only at NFM. Local metro areas. Minimum monthly payments required. 18% APR. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Back to 1620 The Zone's Red Out Week. Presented by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people. It's time for 25 teams in 25 grums.
It is the final team in 25 teams in 25 grums, the Florida State Seminoles. We were just talking about it before the break. The biggest game of week 1 will be in Orlando, Florida, when LSU takes on the Florida State Seminoles. Florida State got the victory last year. Jeff Colhane will be on the call for that one, and he joins us right now.
What?
Here on 1620 The Zone. Jeff, how are you?
Josh, Jack, how are you, gentlemen? Good afternoon. Is it 3 beer Friday or 6 beer Friday?
Sadly, just one.
One while we're here.
One while we're
right?
here, and then we'll get home. Indeed. How are you, Jeff?
I'm doing good, guys. I'm doing great. It's great to be back on, talking with you guys. A great 1620 The Zone and Husker Nation, and back in Omaha. Jack, how are you, my man?
I'm
Doing
great.
good?
So Josh texts me because I'm sitting in for Bishop today, and Josh texts me and he's like, "We're doing, I know they do the thing where they're interviewing the play-by-play guy," and I didn't really look at the
He didn't
name.
read the text.
I didn't really read the text. I was like, "Oh, great, we got some schlub from Florida State again," not remembering that you got this very cool job. And then about 20 minutes ago, Josh said it on the air that it's you, and I was like, "Wait, it's Jeff? That's fantastic!" So I'm very excited
Jack,
that it's you.
Jack, that sounds like my kind of show prep right there.
You know me, man. By the way, I mean, it's late on this. I think I said it on Twitter, but congratulations. How's everything going being the play-by-play guy for Florida State?
Yeah. Thank you. It's been great. And, the fans and everybody down here around Florida State remind me of everybody at Nebraska during my great time there when I was lucky enough to be a part of the Husker Sports Network as a part of that crew. And I'll never forget calling in to Jack and John on KLIN after the Missouri game on Thursday night.
I just told this story to Josh off the air.
And those guys were on the air. I was driving home after Big Red Reaction, and I thought, you know what, I'll call in. We're still fired up about the win over Blaine Gabbert and Mizzou on a Thursday night, so that's one I'll never forget. But it's been great, and there's a lot of excitement down here around the possibility of what could be this upcoming season.
That game must have went really late because we truly started the show at 6 a.m.
Oh, Lord.
And we take a call, and it's Cole Hain driving home, groggy, but we're all happy at that point, and we just took it straight from him to us, and I think he was ready to go to bed, but it was awesome. I told that exact story to Josh.
Yeah, I was going to ask
breaks.
you about it, Jeff. That's fantastic. Oh, man. What a memorable game that was. This is year 2 for you on the call. Last year we mentioned it, the LSU game. Odd because I think the excitement surrounding this year's LSU game much higher than last year's, just given the place that these programs are at. Let's kind of begin the conversation there, Jeff. Taking that next step. I mean, that's been the talking point surrounding the Noles throughout the last 8 or 9 months. Do you think that this program is ready to take that next step in 2023?
Yeah, Josh, I think they are. They've been able to go out and be successful in recruiting with, not only high school recruiting and development and obviously retention of players that could have gone on to the NFL, but also in the transfer portal. I mean, Mike Norvell has done a fantastic job of going out and identifying immediate needs for what they need here at Florida State, and he's been able to go to the portal and find the right fit and the best players possible they can go out and get. And you go back to last year's game with LSU. That was a situation where it's Brian Kelly's first game. It's Mike Norvell's second game of year 3, where there's really a lot on the line. A lot of people nationally are talking about hot seat and all of those things. But, here within, you quietly saw the development of the culture that Mike Norvell was building. And, it was a game for the ages with the blocked extra point with no time left to pull off a 24-23 win. And really was the springboard for Florida State to get them to their 25th 10-win season in program history. And now you've got 2 programs that are in the top 8 in the preseason polls. And from there, LSU was able to go on and win the West and play Georgia in the SEC championship game and win their bowl game also down in Orlando as well for a 10-win season. So there's obviously a lot more hype around this one, a lot more excitement. It has, with a ton of football left to be played, almost an early season college football playoff qualifier type of feel to it, with the winner putting themselves in a good spot. So really exciting, high expectations for both teams. And for Florida State, fans here have been hungry for an opportunity like this, Josh, like you said, dating back to 2016 and really back to 2013 and 2014 when they were, in the mix for the national championship. So a lot of fun around this one next Sunday night.
Jeff, I want to get the team, but I want to follow up a little bit on Norvell, because you look at this 3-year, he started in the COVID year, but 3-6, 5-7, 10-3. And the first thing I see that is what we all keep looking at Nebraska is what Matt Rule did at Temple and Baylor, which was, losing, 1-2-3 wins first year, about 500 second year, and then boom in the third year. And now he'll be beginning in his fourth year. I know you touched on this, but what has allowed, when you see that kind of consistent growth there at Florida State, improvement year over year for 3 years and maybe going on 4 right now, is that about a change in recruiting? Is that about establishing just some kind of a culture that eventually grows and becomes typical of the program during his time there? Or is that about a few specific players that really made a difference?
Yeah, I think it's the last two of what you're talking about. I don't think there was any huge change. I think it was the second item you said. It was about the belief of this is how we do things and this is who we are. And Mike Norvell, as a head coach, at Memphis and then now at Florida State, has been, successful with his plan. And I mean, it's tough. Look, you want to come in and start a Fortune 500 company, or at least I should say take over a Fortune 500 company that's had some bad leadership. And by the way, during the pandemic, that's not a whole lot of fun. And, that's in a lot of ways what a lot of these college football blue bloods are, right? These are, multi-billion, $1 million and into the hundreds of millions of dollars from an organizational standpoint of what they mean to so many people around, within and certainly around the communities and around the state. And so it was tough and got up to a slow start, obviously a slow start in 2021 with the 0-4 beginning, but it was a group that really stayed the course and believed and identified who was with them and who was on board. And I think, in this era of college athletics, the transfer portal has allowed Mike Norvell to go out and identify again the pieces that he needs and to go out and get guys like Jared Verse, who has become a National Defensive Player of the Year, conversation piece, and Johnny Wilson at wide receiver and Keon Coleman and now Jaheim Bell at tight end. And then really infusing some veteran guys in the portal along the defensive line and also up front offensively as well. And so he's done a great job of being able to take advantage of some of the items here in this era of college football and find at the same time very talented pieces, but also find the right culture guys that he's looking for. He's a big believer in the plan and the blueprint that he has in place, but also a big believer in how he wants to go about and do it and who he wants to do it with. And they've been fantastic here of being able to find everything over the last 18 months or so, guys, to put themselves in a position to be talking about a top 10 program and a chance to play as a possible college football playoff team down the road with some wins early on here in the season.
The voice of the Seminoles, Jeff Colhane, joins us right now as we finish up 25 teams in 25 grums. One of those players, obviously, Jeff, that will shape this season positively or negatively is going to be quarterback Jordan Travis. Great numbers last year, 24-5 touchdown interception ratio, over 3,200 yards. He added over 400 yards and 7 touchdowns on the ground. Where can he be a better quarterback, a better player, a better leader in 2023?
Well, I think it's efficiency on the deep ball, pushing the ball down the field. I thought that was an area where last year he hit some, he missed some, and I think with the receivers that he has in place, this was a big play offense last year that was really good, one of the best in the country. I think it can be even better this year when you talk about the guys that are back and some of the new players they've brought in that we've talked about already. Jordan is a guy that has almost paralleled where Florida State football was, 3 years ago, and now where it's at today with his own development and maturation, guys. I mean, you go back to 2020, and there was conversation about Jordan potentially moving to wide receiver. He brought it up to Mike Norvell when he first arrived in Tallahassee, and also to then offensive coordinator Kenny Dillingham, who's the head coach at Arizona State now. And to their, those guys' credit, they said, look, we understand you've had some scar tissue here and things haven't gone great, but, you have the skill set to be one of the best quarterbacks in all of college football. It's going to take time It's not going to happen right away, but we see it in you. You have to believe it yourself and have the confidence to go out and develop and work with us. We're going to coach you. We're going to, find some of the things that we need to continue to get better at. And to Jordan's credit, he's taken coaching. He's matured. He's developed, and he's turned into a Heisman Trophy candidate here. And so it's really a success story from a standpoint of, long-term development, which isn't easy anymore in this era of college sports and college athletics. And Jordan is a great person, very humble, but also extremely confident, extremely competitive, and has been able to go from a running quarterback, a running first guy, and essentially a guy you're not sure who can throw the football accurately enough to help you win a bunch of games, to a guy that can stand in the pocket, guys, and go through his progression and really wait to run and utilize his legs, not so much for, yardage positively, but to create some plays in the passing game, to extend plays and keep them alive. And that's something that doesn't happen very often with the guys that start out as runners, and you're not sure that they're going to be able to help you out as much throwing the football. And that's what Jordan has transitioned to. And I tell you, sky's the limit with this guy in this era of football, especially with how things shake out in the NFL and the way offenses have changed so much. He could really fit in at the next level in a lot of ways.
Jeff, you totally know this, I'm sure, but you just telling that story, and I knew a little bit of it, and it probably goes deeper. But if he gets off on the right foot, has a good game against LSU, has a solid beginning of the season, part of that Heisman Trophy discussion is always kind of the story that goes behind with it. People nationally are really going to get interested in the story because, like you were saying, it's such a unique one. Crap, he was almost changing positions, right? He offered to change positions, as you said. And just the years and years and years there. And so many times I think, people they say, okay, it's always these new hotshot recruits coming in right away. He's the opposite of that story. People are going to fall in love with this story if things go well, Jeff.
Well, and I think, Jack, they're going to fall in love with him. I mean, if you were able to watch, Jordan at the ACC kickoff in Charlotte on the ACC network, they asked him the same questions everybody's talking about him, about expectations and Heisman Trophy and all this stuff, Jordan. Like, what do you think? I mean, national championship. And guys, his first answer was, that's all great. He goes, honestly, guys, he goes, I want to keep becoming a better person. I want to be a great person every day. And I want to keep treating people well. And obviously we want to win every game, and I want to be the best quarterback that I can be. But, I want to keep improving everywhere else was his answer. And you're kind of like, oh my God, is this guy for real? Like, this is unbelievable, and this is going to be a season of ups and downs, of challenges. I mean, anytime you have this kind of pressure on you and expectations and a lot of spotlight and the brightest lights on you, you're going to have, a lot of different, circumstances and feelings that fly your way. And I'll tell you, for a guy that has gone through a lot of that already without a lot of success and understands what overcoming some of the obstacles are that he has. I mean, I really feel truly that this is the perfect guy at a young age to be a leader in the face of a program looking to get themselves back, into that conversation and climb the college football mountain to the highest level. And so you're going to see some ups and downs, some injuries, and some bumps and bruises, certainly, especially early on with LSU next Sunday, and then Clemson on the road on September the 23rd in Death Valley, where they've only lost once in the last 6 seasons. I can't think of a better guy than Jordan Travis for this team to turn to when things get tough, because of the type of person he is and the type of mentality he has going into some of these situations.
Jeff, I wanted to ask you if the run defense was the biggest question mark on that side of the ball, but I'll just ask you this way. Is that the biggest question mark for the team this season, do you think, improving that?
Josh, it's mine. It's my number one question. I'll tell you that. Last year to end the season, the Florida game and the Oklahoma game, and those are two great programs, right, that everybody recognizes. But, Florida and Oklahoma didn't have great seasons last year by any means. Those two running attacks had really good success. And so that's an area in my mind where if you can improve in that category, there's two areas defensively that I think need to get better for this team to be, in that college football playoff conversation and to overcome Clemson to win the ACC, they've got to be better stopping the run, and they have to get more turnovers defensively. I think the plus minus, the turnover margin was +2 a year ago. That's fine, but you're looking at national championship contending teams are usually double digits in turnover margin. Number one passing defense last year in the ACC and 4th nationally. I think this group took advantage of some opportunities late in the year with some quarterbacks that were a little banged up and really did a nice job of exposing those groups. But that crew needs to continue to get better as well. And so, yeah, Josh, I would agree. I would say stopping the run is huge and doing it consistently over a full regular season and then into the postseason and take it one step further. And when you have the opportunity to go out and grab turnovers, they got to do it, and then they have to cash in on the offensive side when they have those chances.
Jeff Colhane will be on the call for all 12 regular season games and certainly some postseason stuff. We'll see if it includes an ACC championship and maybe some playoff games as well, including a trip to Orlando next Sunday for the matchup versus LSU, and then Death Valley in South Carolina at the end of September. Jeff, thank you so much for the time. It should be fascinating watching this Florida State program this season.
Josh, Jack, great talking to you guys. Appreciate you. And if we can do another 6 a.m. phoner, Jack, down the road, let's do it, pal. I'm ready.
You just call me whenever you're bored. You got you're an hour later now.
That's
so
true. Yeah, it's 7 there.
You're an hour later. If the phone rings at 6:10, I'll know it's you.
It's easier for me now, so it's a no-brainer. I like it. That's great.
Jeff, thanks man.
Great to talk to you.
Jeff Colhane will be on the call for Florida State this year. Their win total, Jack, it sits at 9.5. Same number as Clemson. Clemson, the juice favors them to go over just a tick more than Clemson. It's wild, man, that their first 4 weeks, in fact, top 5 team in LSU, number 5, top 10 team, number 9 in Clemson. So they have 2 top 10 teams in the first month, and then it's super manageable.
Right. Even if they get one of those, and then they might have if it's not Clemson, you might have another chance in the AC championship, but they get one of those and they're firmly in the playoff. Only one, they're firmly in the playoff hunt for the end of the year.
Yeah, not to step on next week's predictions of conferences and everything. I like them to win the ACC this year. I think that they're ready to take the next step, but this is also me shorting Clemson a little bit.
But then it's always the ACC too, though. Like what's Wake Forest become right after losing Hartman last year?
Yeah.
Pitt is always beating someone they shouldn't beat. Right?
Mm-hmm.
They go to Pitt this year. Miami, I don't know what to expect from Miami this year either. That whole back half of the schedule, and then they have the Florida game as well that goes in there. So I don't know, but you said the exact thing that I was thinking when he was talking about that schedule is they get one of those games and they become a story all year nationally. Probably they get both of them.
Oh, then they're going to be a heavy favorite. I mean, barring a slip up. First of all, they'd almost be able to slip up once and still make it if they get both of them.
All right, yeah. Okay, you got me excited about that LSU Florida State game because I was kind of down that it was the rematch.
Yeah,
and it's a neutral game.
Yeah, that always sucks.
And it was so weird last year, but you're right. That is a big game for Florida State. But wasn't that interesting to look at Norvell's numbers? He did the Rule 3 climb.
Yep.
He did. I mean, that is.
Yeah, he had to start during COVID, followed a horrible, 2-year run from Willie Taggart before him.
I don't know what Taggart was doing.
Dude, that was bad.
That's a disaster.
Yeah. They're a fascinating team this year. Aaron and Papillion writes, and he wrote this a little bit earlier in the hour, but talking about Kent's Movie Club, always enjoyed the segment. It's a great wrap for the week. Thank you guys. Have a great weekend. And also congratulated me on the marriage.
Oh, congrats on the marriage.
I would say this
on the nuptials.
I would say the same thing about the end of 25 teams and 25 grums. Nick did a great job. He booked all 25 guests. Only one of them didn't come on, and that was because
they just went to the hospital.
They went to the hospital.
Literally, as I was calling them.
Pete,
they said,
Pete,
hey.
right? Pete from USC. So I'll say I think
he just had to pick up some medication.
So yeah, I'll say props to Nick.
That was the last 25.
We're done because we wanted to clear everything out for next week because next week, we're going to preview Nebraska's season and no longer talk to guests about random teams anymore.
By the way, the other thing about if Florida sit back to that, if they win one of those games, and especially if they win that first one, and I mean what I said to Jeff about that, Jordan Travis is going to become the darling of college football this year.
Yeah,
quickly.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. All right, when we return, One Beer Friday, Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild, we have done it, and it's a football Friday. Jack, I didn't tweet that earlier. It's a football Friday. You ready for this? Here's a thing to say. You know what? No, actually, pin in this. I have something to say, and I'll say it when we return. One Beer Friday brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. We're about to enjoy some brews from 505 Brewing in Fremont. Let us know what you're drinking. Hashtag One Beer Friday, and you could win $50 in gift certificates to 505 in Fremont. We'll pop open some cold ones when we return here on 1620 The Zone.
1620 The Zone's Red Out Week, presented by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people.
You win! Husker
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up a crash still affecting eastbound and westbound I-80 at 126th. If you're west on I-80, delays start at about 96th going all the way to 126th. If you're east on I-80, delays start at about L Street going to 72nd. Significant delays on L Street for both directions between I-80 and 90th. A crash on the northbound JFK has 2 right lanes blocked between Q Street and L Street, and a stall blocking traffic on Blondo westbound at 90th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Lanahaw Nurseries.
At Lanahaw, our homegrown trees boast the most vibrant colors of fall, reds, yellows, and oranges. Shop our garden center today for the best selection of plant material and seasonal decor. When you think fall, think Lanahaw, 192nd and Center.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Tell us how you feel on the J-Tech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed. Reach Gary, Nick, Connor, Josh, and John anytime on the J-Tech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed. Contact the official exterior and solar experts of the Huskers, J-Tech Construction, at yourexteriorexperts.com.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard. Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long. And with Babbel, it isn't hard. It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
The statements made regarding these products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. All information presented here is not meant as a substitute for or alternative to information from healthcare practitioners paid for by Labyrinth Labs.
Guys, throw away the magazines, toss out the books, turn off the so-called science programs. They all say you hit your potential in your 20s. Well, I say bull. I say take Maxiderm and prove them wrong. Yeah, sure, testosterone starts to drop off as you age, but with Maxiderm, you can recharge your testosterone, take back your power, and find unlimited potential whatever your age. Maxiderm's testosterone booster helps restore your stamina, recharge your energy, and reignite your fire. In the gym? Yeah. At the office? Absolutely. In the bedroom? You better believe it. Call now for a free supply of Maxiderm. That's right. Call today and get a free supply of Maxiderm Power Up Testosterone Booster with your order. Just call 1-800-430-9587. Call 1-800-430-9587 today for this free offer. 1-800-430-9587.
August 25th at McDonald's is Big Red Friday, when you'll score a limited edition Husker flag for $5 with proceeds benefiting your local Ronald McDonald House. And what exactly should a Husker fan like you do with a limited edition Husker flag? Attach it to your cornhead hat and wave your head around. Drape it over the giant M structure you installed in your yard. Place it in the hand of the Herbie Husker statue on your roof, or fly it from the van you just converted into a corn cob party bus. Oh, the decisions. Husker flags, Friday, August 25th at participating McDonald's while supplies last.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
It'd be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
From your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
We probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor.
Beer. I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday.
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
Oh, baby. It is a One Beer Friday brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Jack's going to pretend to open his beer because he already did during the break.
He couldn't
Sad.
wait.
I didn't know.
Wait.
I didn't know the
Sad.
rules.
I learned today that Jack doesn't listen to the Friday program because there's been multiple things we've done. He goes,
Shame.
wait, you do this every week? You do this every week? Come on, bro.
Yes, Jack. we do
Jack,
it
I
every
listen to
week.
your show.
Shut up. See, that's you anticipated. You can never go there with me. Never. You can't go there with me.
That's true. We are enjoying from. You like that
Did
reaction?
you like that reaction, Jack?
We're enjoying from
We liked our reactions,
Fre-
each other's reactions.
Fremont, Nebraska, 505 Brewing. We're enjoying their tasty brews today.
See?
Jack and I have one called Bit Thick,
Nice.
which is kind of like the segment title from
Like
earlier, Nick.
Segment 5.
Thick and juicy and whatever those
I
other
don't think
words
juicy
were.
was the word in there.
Juicy and muscly. Yeah, so we're enjoying that
Minnesota
today,
D-line.
which is a American strong ale. As they write, it is a bookend to a hard day, the grand deep breath when all is finally well and right in the world.
That's good.
Hell yeah. Nick, what are you drinking?
I got the Raz, baby. It's
The
a
Raz Baby.
Raz Baby. It's an American blonde ale brewed with a raspberry emulsion.
Mm.
It is very good.
Hella good, as you would say.
Hella good. It's the Sly Fox of fruit beers.
Mm.
Like Thanos, it's inevitable.
Oh,
You will like it.
nice
It's
reference.
meant to be.
There you go.
You know, I don't care what they say. There are some good things that come out of Fremont,
There's
Nebraska.
one good thing
There's
that we
one-
can guarantee.
one- yes, there's
certainly
one
not
now.
the regular guy who
Right.
sits in this chair.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, indeed.
This is the best thing in the studio that comes from,
Mhm.
or has ever been in the studio that
Mhm.
comes from Fremont.
Couldn't agree with you more. Thank you to
say.
505. Thank you to the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild, who wish us all a happy One Beer Friday. And it could be an even happier One Beer Friday for you if you let us know what you're drinking.
Hashtag One Beer Friday.
Hashtag One Beer Friday, and you could win $50 in gift certificates to 505 Brewing, and you could enjoy some of their tasty beverages as well. So let us know what you are drinking as the weekend arrives.
I'll pick the winner sometime after the Grums, so keep an eye on those DMs. I'm going to slide into them.
There you go. Nick will slide on into your DMs, and you could win. I teased this, Jack and
Tease
Nick.
boy.
At the end of last segment, I said I have something to say, but I will hold on to it.
Okay.
Jack, you're into edging, so I know that this is
God, you've got to give some context to that.
No, I don't. I have
You honestly really
no context. No context.
got to give some context.
No
then.
context
It's
into
not
it.
what you think.
So Jack likes edging.
Yes, in the sports sense. If you start talking dirty to him about like Jeff Sims,
okay,
Jack,
that again,
he's
you're
gonna-
not the way you're describing this
he's
is
going to
not.
throw 3 touchdown passes against Minnesota.
I bet you can't wait to watch Jeff Sims throw 3
I'll
touchdown
explain
passes,
it in a
can you?
way that is weird enough. Can I
Okay.
do that?
Yeah, feel free.
I like people talking me through.
Yeah, that's your dirty talk.
Yeah, that's
Talking
the dirty
me
talk.
through. Kind
You
of a-
lay down with your wife and you say, "Hey, tell me about Nebraska beating Iowa this season."
Yeah,
and she
like-
gives you 5 minutes of fanfic.
Like, give me a fanfic story about Nebraska having a wildly successful season.
Yeah, so you're really into that.
I don't know.
We don't king shame Jack.
Yeah,
It's
there's
fine.
no king.
It's
But
2023.
okay, I don't know why I said all that because this isn't even about Nebraska. You ready? From now until the first weekend in February,
Yes.
we will have football. Football that matters.
Every
weekend from now until the first weekend of
Actually-
February. Because you know what happens the first weekend of February? The Pro Bowl. But otherwise, now until then, I'm talking about all of September,
Well,
all of October, all of November, January, and December. I
Who
missed that
plays
month
on
too.
Nebraska's idle week though?
Everyone else.
College football, Nick. The
Yeah,
NFL,
but
Nick.
Is every game a good game?
Yes, in college football and the NFL, Nick, what are you talking about? I said games that matter.
Yeah.
Games
Fair.
that matter. Regular season football, playoff football, championship
You
football.
meant matter in the grand scheme of things, not matter as in I care about.
Correct. Well, yeah, because you have bad takes on football. Every weekend for 5 months and change. 5 months and change, Jack.
It's not just every weekend either, because once you get into October, this year, do people know this? Are people aware of this?
I don't know. People are aware of this.
The Sun Belt
Yeah.
is playing
Fun Belt, baby.
The
weeknight games.
basically doing the MAC in October. What the MAC does in November,
Yes.
they're doing it in October, and the MAC is doing what the MAC does in November and
And when
November.
does that start? Wow.
Hold on, I've got
the spreadsheets, dude.
Hold
They
on.
start so early. I have it open, Jack.
Do you?
Wednesday, October the 4th is
So-
when it starts.
So, and then I think they're Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
After that one, they're Tuesdays and Wednesdays. So basically,
So-
after the first month, there will be football on every night.
Yes. Yep.
Wow.
You'll have it basically every night,
I'm
and
not
then
going to be able
you'll-
to read anymore.
and basically you're going to have that, and then you're going to start, for those who are interested, you're also going to have the baseball playoffs going on basically every night too, then for a month and a half.
Well,
as
now I'm
well.
sad about Shohei
So,
again.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well,
Yeah, seriously, this is, and you and I, like, we disagree on some stuff, but where you and I come together, where we handshake meme, is weather discussions and how awesome the fall is. Just like October being the greatest month of all time.
yeah, you were talking about me liking to fantasize about the future. You like to do that too. You like to listen, you're just as weird as me. You like to look at a schedule of games on lsu.football.net/tvschedule.htm, and you like to just think about your day and what you'll be. I even heard you do it when you were saying, "Oh, we're going to be setting up for this party, and we're going to have that Rutgers Northwestern
Yes.
game on in the background." You do it.
That's
know
how
you
I
do
roll.
it.
That's how I roll.
know you do it.
Couple of tweets coming in rather on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Riley says, quoting me, Jack likes edging in the sports sense, like he likes watching Jeff Sims. LMAO. Sam writes, Jack just asked Chat GPT to write you a full season of game summaries from a 2026 Huskers playoff appearance.
2026.
Oh,
Forget that.
2023.
It's my fantasy. I can make it
Why
whatever
not
I
this
want.
year? That'd be a fun bit.
Right.
Do you have to pay for Chat GPT? Nick, do you have to pay for Chat GPT?
No, I don't think so. No.
I feel like there's
I've
different
used it
updates.
Jack,
before.
this could be a new weekly bit for your radio show. You host a radio show.
People forget.
I think people do forget. Isn't Jack's job his
I've
Twitter
hosted
feed?
a radio show for 17 years.
You've hosted one longer than I have. Longer than that, but I think people know you for your Twitter feed.
Maybe
They could post.
That's good. I don't get paid for that one.
You do have
You
that little
can.
money thing though in
You
there.
can.
Actually,
get
you
paid for
can
that.
subscribe.
He
Actually, I do. I have one subscriber.
Do you ever give them
Oh.
bonus tweets? Give the
One person.
subscriber
Give them a
bonus
bonus
tweets.
tweet,
But what-
Jack.
I don't. It's weird. I'm tweeting to one person. then.
Write your edging fantasies.
Yes, yes, it's a great idea.
Hold on. I'll issue one right now. Then.
All right,
All right.
bonus tweet alert. Jordan says Nebraska's been giving Jack blue balls for the past 20 years.
Yeah, right.
And then Joseph says,
No
Amen,
kidding.
Josh. October equals best month.
I love
the
October. The weather, the sports.
Oh.
It's
Best
all of it.
holiday.
The bet.
No, not the best holiday.
Whatever. It's got a fine holiday. It's the greatest month of the calendar, and it is
Thank you,
so
Jack.
not even close.
Thank you, Jack.
Not to,
Month power ratings. We can debate number 2. We can debate number 12, but there is no debate on number 1.
yeah, there really is not. It's October, and then it's probably other fall months. The only sad part is we're losing sunlight, right? Like you get sad about the sunlight. With
That
me too.
hits me in November. That doesn't hit me in October.
It's not. It hit me this week because the sun was setting, and maybe it was because it was 1 billion degrees, and so I wasn't wanting to go outside. But I was watching something on last night. Actually, I was watching the movie, and I noticed, wow, there's not a lot of light coming in through the windows as it's 8:30, and I'm like, oh, this stinks. It's gonna be
see,
dark
that
soon.
hits me hard in November, and then the leaves all are gone in November. November is an underrated,
when the leaves are brown,
underrated, depressing month in my
The
opinion.
best part
At least we saw
about
football.
November is my mom's birthday and Thanksgiving.
4-day
Otherwise,
weekend,
November
baby.
sucks.
God, I love the 4-day
Hey,
weekend.
by the way, speaking of being depressed about the winter, do you know when you mentioned, I guess, the Super Bowl is on February 11th this year.
Dude, we're getting very close, Jack, to this being on a Valentine's Day at some point.
Well,
in time
number
soon.
one. Number two, the other thing we're getting close to is winter being stinking over after the Super Bowl.
That's going to be
The
weird.
Super Bowl getting us through all of winter.
Yeah.
Let's just do it. Give me 2 more weeks. Give me 2 more weeks of football. Get it done with February. Take us through February.
Are you one
with
of those
football.
guys who wants a holiday after the
Yes.
Super Bowl? Jack, when the NFL adds an 18th game, which they will inevitably do, that means the Super Bowl would fall that next week, and
the 18th.
And President's Day is the next day. Now,
Yeah.
I don't know if you get President.
Everyone's favorite holiday.
Isn't that our new bonus holiday?
I think it's just for next year. I don't know if it's
No,
a
it was
permanent-
no,
oh,
it's
is it a
every
permanent
year.
thing?
Yeah, so we would have, in theory, the day after the Super Bowl off.
Wait, is that through the company?
It's an NRG thing.
Oh,
yeah. Hello.
That's news to me. That's
Yeah,
right.
it's
I
news to
actually,
me.
you can go, it's about a decade ago I did this, but I went and made a change.org petition
I
to
was
merge, set President's Day as the day after the Super Bowl every year
Yeah.
and make it an American holiday to fall always on that day. And it got picked up in an article by like Slate, by like Matthew Iglesias in
What?
Slate. Yeah, he wrote an
Wow.
article about it, or like mentioning it at least at that
Wow,
point.
you should
And
do more of those fun bits for your radio show.
You should, or your
Chat
one
GPT
subscriber.
ChatGPT or your subscriber.
my one subscriber set up these really intricate bits
Just for the
my
one
single
guy. Hey,
subscriber.
thank you for your subscription. We
You could
appreciate
just Truman show this guy, Jack.
Oh
You really
my
could.
gosh.
So, yeah,
but you could have football take that would be a game changer, Josh. I hate February. If you could have
February is that. So you just said we can debate the worst month. We can debate the second best.
You're
In
right.
my opinion, there is no debate. February,
Agreed.
worst month.
Fair enough.
Super Bowl's awesome.
You can
Everything
debate
else
2
sucks.
through 11.
February does have the chocolate Reese's Hearts, though.
Stop it. You can
Those are important,
you
Jack.
can debate 2 through 11. You can't debate 1 and 12.
You seriously cannot.
Actually 11's January. So
January, I kind of hate January a little more than February.
Hmm.
I like February a little
See, but you're
more.
not. You haven't been sports pilled enough yet, Nick.
It's not a sports pill thing. It's just it's nice outside. It's just a
January?
step.
In January?
No, that's why I
February?
hate January is the farthest away you're gonna get from nice weather. February is just
Nah.
another step closer.
Nah, February sucks. There's no good sports. You have the Super
the
Bowl.
sports is
and
bad.
That's it.
and it's more
Everyone is
it's
like-
more depressing than I would say it's more depressing than January.
We don't have F1.
Look,
in
I'll be
February.
honest. I approach this from my job and from what I'm interested in. Talking the Monday after the Super Bowl is fine. The Tuesday after the Super Bowl, it's like, what do we do now?
Here you go, Josh.
What do we do now?
Here's a tweet from me on October 1st, 2019.
Okay.
With October here, time to bust out my annual month power rankings.
Classic Jack content. Classic.
This you can
Amazing.
subscribe to me, and when I start doing that, you can get it.
Yeah.
Number 1, as I said,
October.
I believe that in 2019.
Yeah.
You know what I've got number 2? I've got May in second spot.
That's a
Interesting.
great month.
May.
The weather is good in May.
I would argue
It's my birthday,
Nebraska's weather
Cinco de Mayo.
superpower is May evenings.
May evenings are
May
nice.
evenings is Nebraska's
Unless it's super windy.
Everybody's got their own. Every part of the people say, "What's special about Nebraska weather? What's bad?" May evenings are the best thing
May is
Nebraska
nice.
offers.
May is nice before it
weather-wise.
turns into summer.
I got September number 3.
September
Okay.
is my second favorite month.
I got June number 4.
College World Series, no thanks.
I got April number 5. I might have changed my minds on some of these.
I like
This was
April more
2019.
than June, I think.
I got March number 6.
March is fine.
I got December at 7.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
I got is that what?
No,
Too
just
low?
I'm
Too
surprised
low?
you haven't
Expecting it
mentioned
to be so
November
high.
yet.
I just told you November is
I know.
depressing.
I
have November lower than anyone. I think November is one of the most depressing
See,
months.
November,
of the
you
year.
still have Thanksgiving or you still have football season in totality. Every weekend is still totally full of games, and you have Thanksgiving.
There's
You have
always
a
that
4-day
day in
weekend.
November, the first week of November on a Sunday, where I'm picking the final pickup of all the leaves in the yard and
the brown leaves.
All the leaves in the yard
are
brown. Yes, there's that, and the trees are bare,
and the sky is gray.
The sky is gray, right? It's what mamas and the papas said, basically. And you go out for a walk, and it's cold,
and it's a winter's day,
and you'd be safe and warm if you were like in California or something.
Yeah, it does suck. The first day in
the
November,
clock goes back.
See,
too.
that part sucks.
The clock goes back too right after that same weekend.
It's
Are we getting
that
rid of that
weekend.
soon? Is that almost done?
No, well, so the House passed it, but then the Senate never.
Dead.
Yeah, they never.
Nothing's happening with that. By the way, November 9, I have July 10th. Is that weird? That seems
Is
low.
it because it's a billion degrees
I don't
outside?
know. I'm not sure. I
Wow,
kinda- I kind of disagree with myself in 2019.
Wow, 4-year-old or 4 years ago, Jack.
January. Look, I had no idea a pandemic was coming. None of that.
Dude, yeah, you were such a happy person.
11th January, 12th February. That I agree with.
Joseph says Thanksgiving and rivalry weekend redeem November. Dude, yeah, you're Jack. Thanksgiving, great holiday. Black Friday, college football. Saturday, college football.
Watching Iowa smack around Nebraska.
First of all, you know what it also
What is this? The olden times, Nick? The Scott Frost era? He gone.
Yeah, I don't know.
November way too low. Way too low.
Jordan brings up a good point for February, Josh. The XFL.
Oh, Jordan, settle down.
Go Battlehawks.
Settle down.
February. Listen, yeah, January, February, 11, 12 in some order, and October number 1, and all except whatever you have 10 2 through 10.
October, May, April are my top 3.
All right, we're close. I had October, May, and April at 5. So.
I'd probably go October, September, and then I think May's pretty good, and then maybe after that I go November. I do like December.
September might
even though it's cold.
September might be a 5 for me.
I like June because June is Father's Day. I'm the father in here, so thank you. That's good, and it's my anniversary, and they're usually on the same weekend.
Oh,
so
congrats on the sex.
More sex. Sex to remember the sex.
I mean, you can tell what I'm saying here at this point.
Jack gets laid in June,
and the weather. That's it. The weather's nice, right?
The weather is good in June, except for the College World. This year's College World Series weather, very good.
It was really pleasant.
I like June because it marks, in my mind, turning to football season. Once College World Series is done, it's like, sweet. Now we don't have to pretend to do all the other stuff anymore. It's time to talk about football, which is good.
Oh, Tim G says
close.
The Royal Rumble is in February, which I know you don't care about, but I do like the Royal Rumble a lot.
Very cool.
Signing day is in February.
Oh, you know what? Can we lower February even more now? Can we lower it even more now? All right. When we return, we will continue on in the happy hour. I have a question for you, Jack, about a word that you would use to describe the season and how you feel about Nebraska football in 2023. Also, we have some Unsportsmanlike content coming up in a few minutes as well. Let us know what you're drinking. Hashtag One Beer Friday, and you could win $50 in gift certificates to 505 Brewing out of Fremont. We are all enjoying some brews from them this afternoon. Let us know what you're drinking. Hashtag One Beer Friday. More to come on 1620 The Zone.
August is the month of transition. By month's end, school will have started and football will kick off. And Woodhouse Chevy in Omaha and Missouri Valley is ready to help you transition into your brand new Chevy. With the guidance of their knowledgeable, friendly staff, Woodhouse can find you a Chevy that doesn't meet but exceeds your expectations. Now through August, save up to $7,000 off MSRP on a 2023 Silverado 1500 when you shop Woodhouse Chevy Missouri Valley. Or find yourself in a 2024 Chevy Equinox from Woodhouse Chevy Omaha. Lease a 24 Equinox for just $419 a month for 36 months at 10,000 miles per year. Whether it's Omaha at 112th and Dodge or Missouri Valley, I-29 exit 75, find new roads to Woodhouse Chevy or visit woodhouse.com. Silverado offer with approved credit. See dealer for details. Equinox lease with approved credit and $299 doc fee due at signing. Must have current GM financial or competitive make lease to qualify. See dealer for details. Both offers expire 8/31/23.
The Connor Happer Show.
The Netflix television show Quarterback is looking for quarterbacks. Sounds like Burrow's signed up for season 2.
How about Russell Wilson?
Hey, thanks for holding the door open for me at the facility every morning. Have you ever thought about changing everything about this door, man? You just got to wake up, get your boots on the ground, stay positive, and you will open a new door to life.
Be a horrible watch. I would hate watch that.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Your Friday evening forecast will include partly cloudy skies with isolated chances of showers and thunderstorms, about a 20% chance coverage wide. For tonight, partly cloudy conditions with on and off sprinkles with a morning low of 67 degrees. Much cooler for your Saturday with partly cloudy skies, morning sprinkles possible by the afternoon, clearing with a high of 82. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KTV News Watch 7.
This hour is powered by Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair, Nebraska on 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up a crash still affecting eastbound and westbound I-80 at 126th. If you're west on I-80, delays start at about 96th going all the way to 126th. If you're east on I-80, delays start at about L Street going to 72nd. Significant delays on L Street for both directions between I-80 and 90th. A crash on the northbound JFK has 2 right lanes blocked between Q Street and L Street, and a stall blocking traffic on Blondo westbound at 90th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
If you have a large amount of gold or precious metals and want the best price with no waiting, Saul's makes it easy and fast. Any amount of gold, silver, or jewelry, no limit, immediate payment. Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Duck Defense Midwest makes your home healthier and improves the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com for a special duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. That's cleanairradio.com.
Let It Fly Sports Bar is now open in the Capital District in downtown Omaha. Let It Fly Sports Bar is excited to introduce you to a unique twist on food, drinks, and sports, while raising the sports bar dining experience with a new high-end design and incredible food. Our 12,000 square foot sports bar includes 2 floors and a live glass enclosed studio featuring the Let It Fly show and 80 TVs. If you want high energy, entertaining environment while dining, Let It Fly Sports Bar is the spot for you. Now open.
Watching a ball game at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is pretty awesome. Oscar's offers the MLB package, so your team is always on their upgraded audio-video system, and nothing is better than watching the game with a cold frosty one, Oscar's Pizza, or award-winning char-buffed wings. And with daily lunch and dinner specials, it's really a no-brainer. So get ready to watch your favorite team play ball at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, 173rd and West Center Road, and takeout at 162nd and Maple.
This is unsportsmanlike conduct.
You root Big Red football, you must root Big Red basketball.
The 1620 The Zone.
So One Beer Friday here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, a football Friday as well, brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. The featured brewer today, 505 out of Fremont.
Raz, baby.
Let us know what you are drinking as the weekend arrives. Josh Peterson, Jack Mitchell with you.
What?
Jack giving us great screenshot capabilities again with some of his reactions.
I was just being the pitch man there. I was being
you were
pitch
doing
man, Jack.
You're doing a very good job. A very good job. Jack, you are, as we talked about, excited and other things. So let me ask you, what word would you use to describe best how you feel about the season, which is now 6 days away? We are within a week. Are you excited, nervous, worried, apprehensive? Is there a different word that you would use? A combination of everything.
Turned on.
Edged.
Hopeful.
Hopeful. You had that, if I think of conversations I have had with you on and off the air over the last 9 months since Matt Rule got hired, I think hopeful is probably the biggest through line of them all.
Yeah.
Of just
hopeful.
like,
that's truly how I feel.
Why can't they be 6-6, which is such a low bar? Why can't they go 500?
And what I'm specifically hoping is that what we talked about earlier is that Matt Rule's coaching can have a bigger influence on things than a lot of people even expect. Mm-hmm. That those close losses can be turned to mostly close wins. And if you take 75%, 50 to 75% of those close losses and turn them into wins, it feels completely different here. Mm-hmm. And so that's really what it is it's hopeful that you've got that truly was the issue, that coaching can make that big of a difference. And that's where the hope is right now.
I think that's a good word. I think that's a word that a lot of fans would probably use, right? Hopeful that things are going to change. Hopeful that things are going to be different. Hopeful that, I mean, we talked about it earlier, like the Iowa game, in a blocked punt, like that type of stuff doesn't just completely throw a game sideways. That they can overcome not even something negative, but I would say something objectively bad, terrible. We talked about that Iowa game again. So I just mentioned the punt block. Last year, Ramir fumbles. The whole fourth quarter is just going against Nebraska at every single turn. And they held on to win. And it would be nice to have those types of moments this year and in future years, and for it to not feel like, here we go again. Where everyone in the stadium is saying, this is it. The game just turned, and we all know it before the score even changes.
It's just to get it. And that's been the most brutal thing about watching these games, about being a fan of this team, is it has been the way they would lose has been they not only that they just don't give you little moments of joy within. You know how they say about golf? They're like the saying about golf is like that you have a crappy day. I almost said the wrong word. You have a crappy day on the course and you make that one shot
on 18
and that brings you back.
Changes everything.
You haven't even had that with Nebraska though.
Yeah.
That's what you haven't had.
Could Iowa be that? Could last year's Iowa game be that? Or does that feel now so far in the rearview mirror, and the only coaching principle from that day that's still around is Donovan Raiola? There are some players, but the quarterback's gone. The best wide receiver is gone.
It's just that so much has happened in the interim that you're also sort of hopeful about that sort of, it just sort of everything that happened with Matt Rule being hired sort of overtook any reliance you would have on that for providing hope. So, but yeah, you haven't even had that where you're like, oh man, this feeling really, this is what I put. You haven't had that feeling. This fan base has not had that feeling. And you even have to strain to think of times when they did have that feeling. Blowing out Northwestern in 2021, beating Michigan State 9-6.
Well, what was the game that I mentioned something earlier, and you're like, that's a top 5 moment of the last 10 years. And
what
it's like,
game were we talking about?
Yeah, what game was that? 20 was it?
It was the Mike Riley Northwestern game.
The all-white uniforms. And it's like that. I mean, look, you might be wrong, but you're not off by that many.
I don't know. You've got the Oregon Mike Riley game is probably number one.
Oregon Mike Riley, Michigan State, maybe Scott Frost, Michigan State. Scott Frost, Northwestern. I mean, and Iowa last year. I mean, dude, it's a short list. It's a short list.
This fan base, it's not just this fan base doesn't get a whole lot of great moments. This fan base literally gets no great moments.
Yeah.
Zero.
Yeah, they don't have the wins, like the weird wins that an unranked or bad team has against a top 25 opponent. Like they don't really have those at all. What's the last ranked win? It's 2016. Right? It's Oregon.
I assume it's the Oregon game.
Yeah.
I assume it's the Oregon game. And I can't imagine there are too many programs in the entire nation at any level that you can't find a win that is more significant to their fan base than Nebraska's seen since that Oregon game.
Yeah.
It maybe including that Oregon game even.
Yeah.
I mean, my goodness. It's deprivation.
Email into the Equitable Bank inbox from Zach. He says, Minnesota is so important because if they win, they have a chance to start 4-0. So the buy-in factor and proof of concept will give Rules something that Frost was never able to get. Going 4-0 would also have Nebraska ranked in the top 25, which would be so big for national recognition from recruits and media. Also, if Nebraska starts 4-0, there's no way they don't make a bowl game. And in that context, Nebraska could lose to Iowa at the end of the season, but still shown significant progress in year one under Rule because they made a bowl game for the first time in 7 years. The vibe around the program and with the fans would be a positive one, especially if they perform well in a bowl game. So it's interesting because the premise of this entire email is if they beat Minnesota, they go to a bowl game. And I don't know if I would totally want to boil down the season of that. I would tend to agree more that it is more likely than not that if they win on Thursday, it's also possible for them to lose and make a bowl game. It just makes it all the more difficult. But I mean, you just want to talk about a crazy shot in the arm that, again, they've just not had that opportunity. I was thinking about this, Jack. They have not started a season, 1-0. I mean, this would be the first time since 2019. They haven't started a season 2-0 since 2016. I mean, like it's wild how if they lose this game, it's like, all right, well,
Mike Riley.
Yeah, you got to maybe hope for next year that they can start 2-0.
Listen, okay, let's go back to the conversation we just had. Let's say they pull that game off. That's the biggest win since Oregon.
It probably is. It probably is.
It probably is number 2 to that game since 2016.
Unless you want to say Iowa last year.
17?
Yeah, it's 2016. Yeah. Unless you want to say Iowa last year because you knocked them out of the Big Ten championship game.
But it meant nothing for Nebraska's future.
That's true. That's true because we all knew it was Matt Rule.
The season was over. Everything
and they
was
had basically hired
changing.
Matt Rule.
The level, just the inspiration, the joy that comes out of that game will be. I think it's the. Isn't that insane though?
Yeah, because it's as you talked about earlier. This might be a bad Minnesota team. It's
It
a
might be,
Minnesota
I
team
don't
with
know.
a million question marks.
We don't know. It might. I mean, or it might be an okay.
Yeah,
it might be an okay.
or they might win the
Minnesota
division. Who
But
knows?
yet, it could be the biggest game in the program for 6 years.
Yeah,
biggest win for the program in 6 years.
Yeah. Matthew says Nebraska doesn't need national attention. They don't even need to beat Minnesota. They just need to work very hard every week for the next couple
And
of
have
years.
fun.
And
Keep
have
that in
fun.
mind.
We like to have fun. Pedro says, hey, guys, what about Tanner Lee? Purdue game. That was exciting. Thanks. You remember
the one with Stanley Morgan?
Yeah.
I was excited about that.
You
at
were
the time.
excited.
I was the only one who was excited about that. No, that would not be.
This
that
would be bigger
this would
than
be
that.
absolutely bigger.
That one came with a lot of baggage.
People almost disliked Nebraska winning that one. It was so
People were afraid that was going to mean that Mike Riley could come back, which was laughable because Bill Moose wasn't going to bring back Mike Riley.
No, that definitely does not. It is when you break it down like we are. I'm sorry to beat a dead horse, but Josh, this fan base has been through. It's cruel and unusual. What has happened to them? Just complete joy deprivation for an extended period of time.
It's like one of those watches that you can wear that tells you your sleep schedule and you have sleep deprivation. Nebraska fans could wear a GPS watch at joy deprivation. It's like, well, your joy is pretty low. It's been low for 7 years.
And when you're joy deprived and you get just a taste of it, it seems like a pretty big deal. And that's exactly what this Minnesota game would be.
Mhm.
It would feel huge and different and new. And it would be that golf shot that brings you back the next time.
Chris in Montana. Collins crushing Rosen out of bounds in the final moments of the bowl game during Mike Riley's first year. Been a long time.
Jeez.
Remember that bowl game, the Foster Farms Bowl?
The Foster. Nebraska looked good in that game.
They did. They ran the ball really well in that game.
Stanley Morgan had a ridiculous catch in that game.
I think
if I
Zigbu
recall.
was pretty solid in that game, too.
Zigbo. You know what's funny is to watch some of the crossover, like the first years of Riley and the first years of Frost, and forgetting that people played over, like the fact that Stanley Morgan played when Frost was here, or Zigbo played when Frost was here.
Yeah.
That's so bizarre.
Yeah, they were both freshmen that
Right,
season.
yeah.
Very, very odd. All right, so there you go. That's a little more edging for Jack Mitchell.
It's fun to think about. I would love it to be reality. I mean, 1-0 is one thing, but then talking about that 4-0,
yeah, that's when you start. I mean,
holy cow! If and imagine again. Take a breath, Jack. Gotta hold myself down a little bit on this one. Imagine even just 2-0 and then Memorial Stadium at night on week 3.
That's because Matt Rule's first home game, and
Matt Rule, they haven't even played a home game.
I feel
yet.
bad. We didn't. Nick cut up all sorts of audio today, and we never really got around to anything. But
we had a depth chart. We haven't even touched it yet.
But Matt Rule, there was this really fun answer where he was basically trying to make sure that people knew, like, he's super excited for the home game. But then he was like, but I love going on the road. He mentioned just how he loves being on the road and dealing with a different atmosphere. Do you have that? Okay.
Yes. So let me say this very carefully. I cannot wait to be at home in front of our fans. Okay. And to experience that. That will be like a bucket list item for my family and I. Just, I've never coached in an environment like that. It's like my home environment, right? Like that many people, so I can't wait for that. With that being said, I love to be on the road. Okay. I love being on the road. I love being in the hotel. I'll make sure Julie understands. I love being at home, but I love being in a hotel bed. I love being around the guys. I love everyone seeing the guys in the elevators. We come down I love, we go see a movie. I love going to the movie. I just love being on the road and having it just kind of be us. Like, I love getting to some ugly locker room and trying to figure out where my locker is and and then walking out on the field and they don't know who I am. They stop me. So show me your pass and I got to get out there. I love all that. It's just kind of like us against the world, you know what I mean? Together. So now I know obviously here we'll travel well, which will be awesome. Right. But I just love that being sequestered and being together. And that's what we did at Selleck. Right. And so the team that was playing at Selleck is the team that I want to show up on 8/31 and play out there.
Dudes being bros.
Can I just say one more time how refreshing it is to have a coach that doesn't act like every day coaching is the worst day of his life, and the next one is going to be the new worst day of his life.
It's so refreshing.
It's so, like,
also, I've never heard
Nebraska's been through that like the majority of the last decade. To be honest,
it's cool hearing him, like when he got into the minutia of where I walk on the sidelines and I have to show a pass. It's like,
yes,
that's such a specific thing to think about. But it's like, that's when, because at the beginning of the answer, I think a lot of people say that, right? Like Mike comments on YouTube, he says he likes playing against road games.
Right.
Like, yeah, I like playing against road games. Like, people have said that before. But he's starting to go so far past I like being in a hotel and I like the tough environment. I like that I have to show my pass to someone because they don't. It's
God,
like,
I
wow,
love it.
you actually do legitimately love being on the road.
You've thought about that before.
Yeah. Because I imagine he gets a goofy smile on his face every time, right? It's like, I have to show you my pass. Like, I'm the head freaking coach of the program.
It's like he's like setting it up in his head. It's like, this is such a hostile environment.
Mhm.
They're worried that we might have sent in an imposter.
Yeah, exactly.
Here at this
Who are
point,
you?
some kind of
Who
a
are you?
spy. And he loves that.
Jack, if you love that quote, you want to hear this one?
Yeah.
We're playing Minnesota. I have the utmost respect for PJ Fleck. He's a friend of mine. I love the way he runs his program. It's different than me, but I love the fact that I'm in Texas. I can walk into a high school and I see like Hyper and Ski Uman row the boat on a wall, and I'm like, oh, PJ was here, huh? Like that's it. He believes in that, and it's what I love about them. It's why they've done what they've done over 7 years, and the way they play the game is the way I like to play the game. They run the ball, they play defense, they execute on third downs, and so like we understand like for us to go play in that game on the road, the first game for us as an entity together, we have to have gone through a really hard training camp.
So how awesome is that? I love the respect.
I also like
Respect
I like
points.
it. I like what he says. Yeah, like we see this stuff. He's like, he believes all that. it's like your friend that's from a different religion, and you're like, I really think it's cool
guys,
what he does.
He's not doing a bit, I swear. Brandon writes on YouTube, I think this is perfect, and we can go to break on this. He's so much more mentally prepared for this than the last two coaches.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll throw in the last 3, 4, and heck, in a way, I could even include Solich and say the last 5. I mean, this guy seems like he is ready.
And he thinks about everyone. He's thinking constantly about everyone's mental space too, I think. And I think that's when I have hope, it's that is going to make a huge difference.
Riley says, I love rules coach speak for. He's a total weirdo, but he's making it work.
I love that.
I walk in and I see all these strange things written on the board.
Right, he is a weird guy, but fun to have around.
I wouldn't want to go to his house, but I'll talk to him on the sidelines. It is a One Beer Friday brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. 505 Brewing hooked us up today with some beers. Let us know what you're drinking, and you could win $50 in gift certificates to the brewery in Fremont. Some content coming up when we return, including DirecTV and USC.
Oh.
Plus,
saw that.
People are mentioning their heights and weights. So we'll ask if we would like to disclose our heights and weights.
Lord.
When we return here on 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Hey folks, is your concrete in need of repair? Kent Pavelka here to talk about your local concrete experts and a best of Omaha winner, Everlevel Concrete Repair. They can completely restore and repair your concrete at a fraction of the price compared to replacement and offer long-term transferable warranties. I'm so glad I chose Everlevel for my driveway. There's a reason they're a best of Omaha winner. Give them a call for your free inspection. That's Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel. Try saying that 3 times fast.
Okay, next time you're at the store, I dare you to not think about the unmistakable fresh, clean scent of Irish Spring. Yeah, you heard me. I want you to resist picturing a shower filled with those sensational Irish Spring suds. And if you succeed, well, you got what my gramps used to call resolutitude. Not a real word, but let's be honest, you're probably going to end up leaving with Irish Spring because of its irresistible scent and because you have zero resolutitude. Pick up Irish Spring today.
The statements made regarding these products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. All information presented here is not meant as a substitute for or alternative to information from healthcare practitioners paid for by Labyrinth Labs.
Guys, throw away the magazines, toss out the books, turn off the so-called science programs. They all say you hit your potential in your 20s. Well, I say bull. I say take Maxiderm and prove them wrong. Yeah, sure, testosterone starts to drop off as you age. But with Maxiderm, you can recharge your testosterone, take back your power, and find unlimited potential whatever your age. Maxiderm's testosterone booster helps restore your stamina, recharge your energy, and reignite your fire. In the gym? Yeah. At the office? Absolutely. In the bedroom? You better believe it. Call now for a free supply of Maxiderm. That's right. Call today and get a free supply of Maxiderm Power Up Testosterone Booster with your order. Just call 1-800-430-9587. Call 1-800-430-9587 today for this free offer. 1-800-430-9587.
We created a simple PDF that gives you everything you need to know about branding, designing, and building a website that increases revenue. Download the website playbook for free at jmonline.com. If you're considering a website project but not sure who to hire, go to jmonline.com and download the free website playbook. It's a guide to a high-performing website. That's jmonline.com.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks. Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
August 25th at McDonald's is Big Red Friday, when you'll score a limited edition Husker flag for $5 with proceeds benefiting your local Ronald McDonald House. And what exactly should a Husker fan like you do with a limited edition Husker flag? Attach it to your cornhead hat and wave your head around. Drape it over the giant M structure you installed in your yard. Place it in the hand of the Herbie Husker statue on your roof, or fly it from the van you just converted into a corn cob party bus. Oh, the decisions. Husker flags, Friday, August 25th at participating McDonald's while supplies last.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. Again, it is a One Beer Friday. Let us know what you are drinking as the first football weekend of the year arrives. Man, this is going to be great. Nick, we turn it over to you.
The Athletic put out a tier ranking of all head coaches in college football, and Matt Rule was tier 3 with coaches like Matt Campbell, Hugh Freeze, James Franklin, and even Fritz.
Nick.
Fritz. Well, does this make sense?
I mean, every coach you said made less sense on that list. James Franklin?
So here was tier 1. Tier 1 was just Nick Saban.
Okay.
Okay. Tier 1B was Kirby Smart. Tier 2 had Ryan Day, Luke Fickell, Jimbo Fisher, Jim Harbaugh, Brian Kelly, Lincoln Riley, and Kyle Whittingham.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. So there's like 87 tiers.
There were many tiers, and in tier 3, it looked like there was about 15 to 20.
I thought there was like 3 out of 4.
Oh,
okay.
no.
Okay.
There are, I'll scroll, let's see, 5, 6. There are 8 tiers of coaches.
Okay, I think that's really good then.
If
that's true.
I think that's a solid list to be included with. Lance Leipold was in that list. Chris Kleiman was in that list. Chip Kelly, Kalen DeBoer, Mario Cristobal.
Wow, it's bringing me back to November of last year.
Oh, Kalen DeBoer, baby.
Chase all of those names.
Jack, not to continue to edge with week 1, but dude, that Washington-Boise State
That's the best game of the day.
Oh, my gosh.
Boise could be back. This is
many are saying, Nick, I like Washington. I think I
do
pick
too.
them to win the Pac-12.
I do too, but this is Boise's chance to kind of become the Boise of old.
It really is.
But don't forget, Washington has Penix.
People forget. Speaking of Matt Rule, he says his favorite musical artist is the Dave Matthews Band. Are you surprised at all by this? And Jack, did you just bond with the head coach even more?
I know, and I hate even admitting this on the air because at some
Dave
point,
head?
it's
Real fans call him Dave.
At some point, it's going to be cool again, and I think it's maybe starting to move that way, but it's still kind of not.
What's not cool?
Being
Dave?
a Dave Matthews.
Why
Our
do
boss
people
loves Dave
dislike Dave?
This is
I
jam
don't-
band. People
Hee-haw,
still really like
hee-haw.
jam bands right now.
I know, but they're I mean, I can't stand. Listening to Fish or Grateful Dead. Like
Even
so,
Fish?
Even Fish.
Jack, you should not have to apologize for being alive in the
Dave Matthews Band
90s
is
and
great.
having 2 ears connected to a heart.
It's just, no, but I can tell you from there, and maybe it is over the way you two are reacting, but there was definitely a kind of a condescending time.
No, I
if you
know. I
said
heard
you
this.
were-
Look, I don't care about Dave Matthews Band.
I like
don't,
Dave Matthews
Dude,
Band.
Are they your version of Nickelback?
What does that even mean?
People hate Nickelback.
Oh, no, it's not that. It's just that they were kind of seen as the frat boy group during that time.
Oh, did they say
at
that word?
No, they didn't Morgan Wallen it.
Ooh. Oh, did you
No,
see
they were-
whose favorite band or whose favorite artist was Morgan Wallen?
No, which Big Ten coach? Yeah, let's hear some of the other ones. I don't know.
Yeah. So let me read you some of these.
I'm
I'll
excited about
save
Rule
Morgan
Harbaugh.
Wallen for last.
My favorite one is Harbaugh.
Jim Harbaugh's was Alanis Morissette.
What?
That's amazing.
Mel Tucker was Prince.
I like that. Okay, I like that.
James Franklin, Jay-Z. Ryan
Okay.
Walters, also Prince.
Wow.
Zach Bryan, he's a country guy, right?
He's coming
That
to
was
Lincoln in
Luke
a few
Fickles. Is he the guy for the volleyball day?
No,
Oh, that's a different guy?
No, he's
It's
much,
Scotty McCreery.
Yeah, Zach Bryan would be a lot
let's
cooler
see.
than Scotty McCreery.
But Morgan Wallen is the favorite musical artist of Ryan Day.
Oh, brother.
Yeah,
All right.
tough look for Ryan Day.
Dude from Northwestern likes Need to Breathe, by the way, which is insane.
What's Need to Breathe?
It's a band. It's a rock band, like soft kind of rock.
It's
Soft
like
rock. Oh, Christian.
it's
I was
like
going to say I recognize this name from, when my
It's like
dad was a
I
pastor.
compare them to like Lumineers in vibe and sound.
Okay. I wonder if I heard him at church.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Okay.
There's only one NFL team that hasn't named its starting quarterback for week 1. The Houston Texans. Is there a world where CJ Stroud doesn't start for
No.
the Texans in 2 weeks?
Because what is Davis Mills still the other one there? Yeah, no, that's got to be.
That would be bad.
That's got to be Stroud.
I can't tell if that would be really dumb or like just a terrible look for Stroud. Obviously, it's both, but I don't know which way I would lean more of just like, what are you doing?
Well, I mean, I get it. There are scenarios where it makes sense to let the rookie sit for a while, but that's not the
Not
scenario.
with Mills. Yeah,
not
that's
with
the point.
Mills and not with Stroud.
Yeah, this isn't. I'm trying to think of a scenario where it's like, like Aaron Rodgers was behind Brett Favre. Like, okay, that makes sense. Let him sit behind Brett Favre for a year or two.
Right.
3.
Or
Ugh.
or the 49ers and Trey Lance. But yeah.
Yeah, this would be a bad look for CJ Stroud. But no, I don't think there's any way. I feel like this is one of those goofy coach things where it's like, no, he's got to earn that job. It's like he was a top whatever
Seriously?
pick, man.
I mean, Stroud is supposed to be the one ray of hope for the Texans right now, right?
Yeah. Him and Will Anderson.
Yeah.
DirecTV is now an official partner of USC Athletics. But USC's first game of the season won't be available on DirecTV because it's on the Pac-12 network and also apparently Jack's Roku.
And Jack's Roku.
Maybe. Yeah.
Not great,
I'll
boys.
Check that out.
Maybe Jack's Roku should be the official partner of the USC
Is it
Trojans.
really weird to cut a deal with DirecTV given that the conference affiliates itself not with necessarily not necessarily with direct, like what do you even compare DirecTV to today? Like because it's not like Amazon Prime.
No.
Amazon Prime is like a channel.
Yeah, it's like ubiquitous.
Amazon
yeah.
is like a channel. DirecTV is almost like more like Roku.
Yeah.
To some degree.
Yeah, but
Then-
it's much clunkier because you need equipment and
But
satellites.
yeah, but I'm just trying to like what we used to know is the tiers, like cable system versus channel, right? Or network,
yeah,
versus all of those. So it's a weird, but also Is DirecTV still are people still doing that? Is that
DirecTV?
Yeah.
My mom stopped using DirecTV a while ago.
My parents actually just canceled it.
But she went to
So
Dish.
there's still some, but it feels like
Because they
it's
don't
kind
have Sunday Ticket anymore, so I think a lot of people are about to ditch them. How about this, though? So the DirecTV news account tweeted this out. So this is real. We're not trolling right now. And somebody responded, how do I add the USC games to my package? So a fan's probably like, oh, cool, I can subscribe to the USC package. So DirecTV Help responded, you can access USC Trojans programming through ACC Network, the Sports Pack, national or in-market regional sports networks, yada, yada, yada. So someone goes, why would USC be on the ACC Network? And then they responded one more time, let's clear things up. I know there is some confusion regarding the partnership with the University of Southern California Athletic Department and DirecTV. This partnership does not change how you have previously viewed games in the past. AKA, if it's on the Pac-12 network, you are screwed.
What? Yeah, but everybody is confused about it because they think it means that it's a partnership to televise their games.
Yeah.
It's not. What is it a partnership for then? Is it just promoting them? Is it a marketing thing? Is that it?
Yeah, that's all. They're just getting money. Or maybe, speaking of bits, is this just like one more shiv to the Pac-12 where they're like, we're going to agree to this deal even though you can't get our games on the Pac-12 network. Screw you, Pac-12.
idea.
Stabby.
I have no idea, but it's weird. It is weird.
Yeah, very.
One more. For no reason at all, guys, do either of you want to disclose your height and weight?
I'm 6'2", 215 as well.
Oh, you too?
Yeah, I think we all are, right?
Yeah.
I'm Spartacus.
I'm 6'2",
I actually looked at the Husker depth chart to see if there was anyone who was 6'2", 215.
And?
I thought it was 6'3", 215 was the number.
Maybe
so that's what
you might be right.
I couldn't find anyone who was 6'3", 215. There might have been somebody who was 6'2", 215, but there was nobody who was 6'3", 215.
It's very normal. Very normal.
Also,
Lamar Jackson,
yes.
There you go. That gives you an idea.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were going to say something, Nick.
Oh, no, I was going to say Lamar Jackson.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to step on your toes.
Stepped on my toes, Josh.
All right. Well, that was some unsportsmanlike content. When we return, Jack, we give our bets of the day.
Oh.
And then we say goodbye.
Oh.
And then when we return.
Oh, it's the weekend.
Week.
It's the weekend, so I can do college football on this.
You can do
can't I?
college football.
Woo!
God, this is great. Oh, I'm so happy.
So stoked.
Oh, this is awesome. All right. Bet of the day when we return here on 1620 The Zone.
Your future vehicle is waiting for you at Woodhouse Buick GMC. Your dream of a top-notch experience and place to purchase with confidence, 119th and I is your destination. Shop first at Woodhouse Buick GMC and you'll find out quickly they truly have something for everyone. Passenger vehicles, SUVs, and trucks. Plus, envision yourself in a 23 GMC Acadia, Sierra 1500, or Buick Encore GX. Right now, great deals off MSRP or on a lease. See dealer for details. Let Woodhouse Buick help you find your next vehicle today in person, 119th and I, or online at any time at WoodhouseBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Why?
Why? If you have T-Mobile 5G home internet, you might be hearing this
Why?
a lot.
Why?
Every time your internet slows down during the busiest hours.
Why?
Because your network gives priority to cell phone users.
Why?
Good question. Why not switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours?
Okay.
Stop the whys and visit cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Shop unbeatable savings during NFM's bonus days. This weekend only. All bedroom, dining, and reclining furniture is on sale. Get an NFM reward card with the purchase of select laundry pairs. All 65-inch and larger TVs are on sale. Take 10% off the current price on all hard surface flooring. Plus 30-month financing on qualifying brands. And get a $50 Hy-Vee gas card with qualifying purchases Saturday and Sunday only while they last. At NFM, minimum monthly payments required. 18% APR. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Time is running out. You don't want to miss the fun experience of the Omaha Storm Chasers. Join the best fans and the best baseball in Omaha. For tickets, go to OmahaStormChasers.com.
Everyone get on your feet, stir up the storm with family. Welcome to OmahaWeekendDeals.com, where each weekend we've discounted deals to some of your favorite businesses. This week's deal is to Paparino's Pizza in Plattsmouth, 542 Main Street. Get $50 in gift certificates for only $25 to Paparino's, family-owned pizzeria with lunch and dinner buffet, along with delivery and takeout options. Paparino's Pizza of Plattsmouth. Check them out on Facebook and head to OmahaWeekendDeals.com to get yours.
August 25th at McDonald's is Big Red Friday, when you'll score a limited edition Husker flag for $5 with proceeds benefiting your local Ronald McDonald House. And what exactly should a Husker fan like you do with a limited edition Husker flag? Attach it to your cornhead hat and wave your head around. Drape it over the giant M structure you installed in your yard. Place it in the hand of the Herbie Husker statue on your roof, or fly it from the van you just converted into a corncob party bus. Oh, the decisions. Husker flags, Friday, August 25th at participating McDonald's while supplies last.
Your exclusive home for Royals baseball in Omaha.
Right up the middle, base hit, and the Royals are a winner.
1620 The Zone.
John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
You don't need that cake. I'm going to eat your cake.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone.
And you know why I'm laughing, don't you?
Now, it's time for the Unsportsmanlike Conduct Bet of the Day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You gotta be kidding.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
All right, yesterday in Bet of the Day, Jimmy Allen had a parlay that featured the under in Colts-Eagles. We have that on right now. The under did not hit in that one. Nick had the A's to win. The A's won. Congrats to Nick. I had the Eagles to win plus 190. They're jerks. They did not win. So I was a loser. For the weekend, John has Chase Elliott at 11-1 in the
NASCAR. Daytona.
The NASCAR. There we go.
I don't pay attention to NASCAR.
In the NASCAR. I am going with a over, Jack. My first bet of the day, bet of the college football season. Give me San Jose State and USC over 66.5 points tomorrow night in SoCal. I will be watching because Cox Cable in Omaha has the Pac-12 network.
Oh,
Jack?
I am staying with college football, and you'll have to give me your line on this one,
Okay.
but I'll take whatever you have on it. I'm going to the Aer Lingus Classic in Ireland.
Oh, you're not hurt anymore?
Despite the PTSD that comes along with it. I think Notre Dame, after grabbing Wake Forest quarterback from last year, Sam Hartman, year 2 of the new head coach, I like him this year. I like them to cover against Navy.
20.5 is the line, and the juice is minus 118. Nick?
And that, by the way, that line makes me want it even more.
Yeah? All right, cool. Jack doubles down. He triples down. He puts up his real money.
Oh.
Give it to me right now, Jack. I'll be your book.
People forget that Formula One is finally back this weekend after a long break.
We do actually forget. You're right.
They're going to be at the Dutch Grand Prix. The first driver to retire will be Nico Hulkenberg, plus 1,100.
All right, Nico.
Retire, like quit?
Like the car can't go forward anymore.
So that may happen, but it may not happen to anyone, right?
It's very rarely does it never happen.
Nico Hulkenberg? Hulkenberg?
Like Hulk, like the green guy, and then Berg.
Oh, and there's an umlaut.
I bet everybody calls him Hulk. Don't you think?
People do call him Hulk.
I would.
Absolutely.
All right, so Nico Hulkenberg is the first driver to retire. All right, cool.
No, it's very rare that somebody doesn't retire in a Formula One race, Jack. It doesn't happen often.
So you're going to be cheering, you're going to be watching me like, retire, Hulk.
Yeah.
What time
Come on,
that's the bet of the day, by the way.
Run out of gas.
When is this race, Nick?
Early.
Like tomorrow or Sunday?
It's Sunday morning.
Okay.
But it'll be like 6 in the morning, maybe.
Okay.
6 in the morning.
Speaking of Sunday, black shirts are being handed out on Sunday.
Oh, really?
I have a take for you.
People forget.
I am a huge dork because I'm excited that the tradition is going back to the way it was meant to be.
Did it leave again? I can't even keep track of where
Frost
it was.
didn't do it the way it was supposed to be done. Riley didn't do it the way it was supposed to be done. Bo Pelini didn't do it the way it was supposed to be done. It's finally awarding the starters. No metrics attached to it. No, you have to be good. No. Starters on defense.
So is it 11 people or is it depending on what
now I cannot promise you
that.
I cannot promise you that. But I'm excited for this. I like the black shirts. Props to them.
I thought they had at some time during that time. Some of the coaches just went back and forth and sort of did that, didn't they?
No, I mean, not really. Not the last few guys.
All right.
So, yeah, that's happening this weekend. And football's happening this weekend.
And football.
Wow, we made it, man.
And Formula One.
You remember that there was a Monday in January, and you probably tweeted, guys, I forgot that the national championship is tonight.
Yeah.
That was like 250, 60
It was a long
days
time
ago.
And here we are.
And now
Look at us.
tomorrow, you're going to
Look at us.
You're going to turn on the TV at 1:30.
I'm going to watch Hawaii and
they're going to be like, last year, and they're going to show an onside kick, and you're like, screw you.
I know. I don't know if I want to watch that game.
Thankfully, that game was on Fox. This game is on NBC, so maybe they won't be jerks, but it'll probably come up at some point.
Are they going
in
to put
time.
this one on Peacock? Is this a Peacock one?
It will be streaming on Peacock, but it is mainly on NBC.
This is NBC.
It's an NBC.
Notre Dame fans going to be hammering that Guinness, aren't they?
Oh, the free. Remember that?
Probably no free beer this year.
Yeah, they're like,
they shouldn't count
our
on that.
point of order system is fixed.
Yes.
Is what they're saying inside
They
the stadium.
better hope so.
Coming up next week, of course, it will be Red Out Week presented by Union Bank and Trust. We're going to have a great time all week long, leading all the way up to Thursday when we will have live coverage starting at 6 a.m. With the boys in the morning, Happer Show, live from Oscars. We will be there until 7 and then bigger at overreaction. Friends, we have made it. It is game week. Next week, week 0 tomorrow. Jack, thanks for sitting in today.
Thanks for having me, guys.
This was a lot of fun. Also, again, send in those pictures, hashtag One Beer Friday, and you could win $50 in gift certificates to 505 in Fremont. For Nick, for Jack, for me, I'm Josh. Thanks for joining us on this Friday. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you next week where we're previewing the season. Goodbye.